Quorum call.
Madam Speaker. Who was it?
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 130 members present, the House is now in session. Clerk will read the journal from the previous day.
Annapolis, Maryland, March the 8th, 2021.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the journal from the previous day.
So ordered, petitions, memorials, and other papers. Message from the Senate. Consent calendar, Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the first bill and committee assignment.
Senate Bill 8, Senator Kagan, Health and Government Operations.
Hearing no objections, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committee. Message from the Senate, consent calendar, Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the first bill and committee assignment.
Senate Bill 20, Senator Carter, Environment and Transportation.
Recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the reading of Senate Bill 20 be considered the reading of all the bills on the calendar.
Hearing no objections, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committee. Message from the Senate, consent calendar, Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the first bill and committee assignment.
Senate Bill 97, Senator Rosapep, Appropriations and Environment and Transportation.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the reading of Senate Bill 97 be considered the reading of all the bills on the calendar.
Hearing no objections, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committee. Message from the Senate, consent calendar, Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the first bill and committee assignment.
Senate Bill 413, Senator Gazzoni, Appropriations.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the reading of Senate Bill 413 be considered the reading of all the bills on the calendar.
Hearing no objection, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committee. Report of the Committee on Appropriations, report number 12. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 414, Southern Maryland Rapid Transit Project Funding. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 codifies the bill and requires at least $5 million from the Transportation Trust Fund for a National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, study on the project, contingent on matching funds from the federal government. The $5 million funding minimum applies across the entire 5-year period from 2023 to 2027, not $5 million each year. The amendment also strikes all other provisions in the bill, which would have required a $27 million mandated funding for the project. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the Fable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Fable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Here, recognizing the gentleman from Talbot.
I just have a quick question for the floor leader.
Good morning.
Floor leader.
It's not a loaded question. I just took a quick look at this bill, and of course, highway user revenues popped up, and I was interested to know revenues, which are counties, of course, and our counties and our municipalities rely on. How are they impacted?
It would have no effect. Highway user revenue is also mandated out of the Transportation Trust Fund, so when the administration brings in a budget, they have to meet that mandate, and then with this bill contingent on federal funds, they would have to meet this mandate over 5 years.
And the Transportation Trust Fund, it should be having some difficulty because of COVID. Is that correct?
Well, I think there have been some impacts from COVID because a lot of the sources were down, especially in the first few months. However, the response to COVID from the federal government has actually been quite helpful because a lot of that money has been targeted towards transportation infrastructure, transit, as well as roads in the December stimulus from the federal government, so they've gotten quite a bit of additional assistance.
And what is the long-term goal of this legislation? It requires the money go into, it requires a study, correct? And the study is to execute what?
Sure. So this is a long simmering project for our friends in southern Maryland. It would create a transit line, I should say, from Branch Avenue Metro in Prince George's County down through Charles County, the Waldorf, and then down to White Plains area. Project's been around for probably 20 to 25 years in different study phases. MDOT, the Maryland Department of Transportation, not long ago finished the sort of pre-NEPA phase. The next phase is NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act review. So that's what this is helping to jumpstart. Last year, I'm sorry, did you?
You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from St. Mary's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the floor leader answer a couple questions? Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Was there any support letters from the southern Maryland counties? Which counties in southern Maryland actually support this?
I mean, I know historically that Prince George's County, which of course is not strictly speaking southern Maryland, but obviously goes pretty far south, and Charles County have been the big champions of the project. I don't have off the top of my head if they sent particular letters. Yep. So the Charles County Commissioners did send a letter of support.
Okay,
for
but
this
nothing from St. Mary's or Calvert came in?
I don't think so, but of course the line, as you know from my description a minute ago and your general knowledge, connects from the Branch Avenue Metro down through Charles County. It doesn't go as far east as...
Right, that's down 301.
south
Okay, I
to-
appreciate your answering the question. Thank you.
Sure, and if I may, the name of the project is not my name. That's the name in the Maryland Department of Transportation Capital Transportation Program, so that's
Gotcha.
why it's named that.
Thank you.
Any further debate? Hearing none, the bill is ordered, printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 813, St. Mary's County Public Facilities Bond, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered, printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 862, St. Mary's County and Metropolitan Commission Debt Limitations, favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered reading of the amendments.
Could, the gentleman, could you put the mic, hold the mic up to you so we can hear better?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 requires a certain percentage of the percent limitation of indebtedness for accessible real property in the county to be available for all bonds or evidences of indebtedness. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered, printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1131, Carroll County Public Facilities Bond, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered, printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1141, Baltimore County Public Schools Air Quality Testing, favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the committee.
Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry. Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much to be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 clarifies that the bill applies for an indoor air quality assessment and alters the type of inspector. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered, printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1173, Calvert County Public Facilities Bond, favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Move so much reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 reduces the amount of general obligation bonds Calvert County Commissioners may issue. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption
Madam
of the
Speaker.
amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there
Madam Speaker, I have just a couple of questions about this bill. I'm hoping I can special order it to the end of the day.
That'd be great, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
question for the House is Special Order HB 1173 to the appropriate time at the later today? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The bill will be special ordered to later on today. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1245, Guaranteed Access Grant and Next Generation Scholars of Maryland, alterations. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
The floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
There is one amendment. Amendment number 1 clarifies the criteria for students to be eligible and also slashes the mandated appropriation. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1301, Baltimore City Visit Baltimore Appropriation Calculation. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 provides for a delayed effective date. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1365, Non-Public Special Education Schools State Contribution Increase. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
There is one amendment. It just clarifies the intent of the bill. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1372, Blueprint for Maryland's Future, revisions. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 makes a variety of changes. The amendment makes certain provisions for educational technology funding, adjusts the concentration of poverty per pupil grant, phase in, grants AIB specific authorities, requires LEAs to use additional state and federal funding for summer school, requires a framework for assessments to accurately measure learning loss, requires DLS to conduct a study on the local funding impact of implementing the blueprint, and makes clarifying and technical changes. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Economic Matters, report number 24. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 883, Allegheny County Alcoholic Beverages Transfer and Auction of Licenses. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the subcommittee chair. HB 883.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amendment, House Bill 883 establishes a Class D BD beer, wine, and liquor license in Allegheny County. The Allegheny County Board of License Commissioners may issue the license to a certain restaurant for on-premise consumption as specified. The bill requires a license holder to submit a certain report to the board. The bill specifies the annual fee as well as the hours of sale for a Class B, D beer, wine, liquor license. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 strikes the bill as introduced and replaces it with a new Class BD license in Allegheny County. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1007, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard and Geothermal Heating and Cooling Systems. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 strikes a requirement for the PSC to adopt regulations, strikes a required report, requires ACPs to be used to promote local small, minority, women, and veteran-owned companies in the geothermal industry, clarifies the membership change to the Geothermal Energy Work Group, and makes other clarifying changes. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1153, Names of Entities with Physician Membership Approval Requirement Exemption. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1154, Labor and Employment Economic Stabilization Act alterations. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much to be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 alters the scope and notice provision of the law. Please move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1232, Alcoholic Beverages Manufacturers Licenses and Off-Site Permits. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the subcommittee chair. Alcohol. Committee chair. This is HB 1232. Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, House Bill 1232 is an emergency bill that makes various changes to the regulation of alcohol beverages manufacturers in the state. Broadly, the bill repeals specified manufacturer permits and establishes a manufacturer off-site permit and a brewery special event permit. It alters the fee structure for most manufacturer licenses, authorizes most manufacturers to sell and deliver their own alcoholic beverage products to consumers if specified procedures are followed, and it alters certain features of Class 1, 7, and 8 licenses. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. The gentleman from Calvert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question for the chair of the committee on this bill or subcommittee.
Yeah.
On this bill, it says manufacturers. Now, that wouldn't preclude, I mean, just it has to be local inside the state of Maryland, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So companies like, let's just say, take for instance Guinness, who has their tap room in the state. Would they be able to start self-distributing their beer products in the state of Maryland?
Well, quite frankly, currently with the governor's executive order, they can do that now.
So that would exempt them
it wouldn't preclude them from doing anything. And they can ship in-state, out-of-state. It depends on what class of license you have and what it will allow you to do.
Well, my interest has more to do with them complying with the three-tiered system. A company such as Guinness, would they have to still continue to comply to the three-tiered system?
Yes, they will. I mean, that's one of the things. Well, for now, the governor, with his executive order, he allowed some flexibility because we want to make sure that these small businesses, especially the beer industry as well as all the other, including restaurants like we did the other day, we want to make sure that those small businesses can survive through this period. So and again, on this bill, it is a sunset for 2 years. So we'll be back to look at this again anyway. So I think we're good.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Gentleman from Baltimore County, any annex? Okay. Apparently his question has been answered. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill. Excuse me. Report of the Committee on Health and Government Operations, report number 16.
House Bill 301, Estates and Trusts, Maryland Revised Uniform Anatomical Gift Act revisions. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Move so much.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Yes. The amendments are technical in nature. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the Faber report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Faber report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 565, Health Facilities, Hospitals, Medical Debt Protection. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 requires the information sheet provided by the hospital related to their financial assistance policy to include a section showing for a patient to initial that the patient has been made aware of the financial assistance policy. Amendment number 3 strikes provisions of the bill that would have required hospitals to provide certain refunds or seek to vacate certain judgments against patients later found to be eligible for reduced cost care, prohibits a hospital from charging interest on fees on certain debts incurred by patients who are eligible for free or reduced cost care, requires the HSCRC to consult with stakeholders to develop guidelines for an income-based payment plan, prohibits a hospital from seeking legal action against a patient on a debt owed until the hospital has established and implemented a payment plan in accordance with the guidelines established by the HSCRC, strikes language that would have when a hospital may and may not. I'm following on the screen. It's a little bit tricky for me. Would have prohibited a hospital from filing an action against a patient to collect a debt owed on a hospital bill in amount of $1,000 or less, and clarifies that when a hospital may not make a claim against an estate of a deceased patient. Amendment number 4 sets forth the stakeholders from whom the Commission must seek input from when establishing the payment plan guidelines, and requires the Commission to report on the guidelines on or before a certain date, requires the Commission to conduct a certain study on uncompensated care, requires the Maryland Healthcare Commission to conduct a certain study on using state-designated health information exchange to support determination of financial status for the purposes of determining eligibility for free or reduced cost care, and makes the bill effective on January 1, 2022. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 601, Pharmacy Benefits Managers, definition of purchaser and ERISA. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 defines carrier to mirror the current definition of a purchaser and redefines purchaser by repealing the exclusion of ERISA plans. Provides that specified provisions of Title 15, Subtitle 16 of the insurance article that concerns PBMs only applies to PBMs that provide PBM services on behalf of carriers. Prohibits a carrier rather than a purchaser from entering into an agreement with a pharmacy benefit manager that has not been registered with the insurance commissioner or reducing certain payments. Alters certain credentialing and contract filing requirements, requires the Maryland Insurance Administration to conduct a certain study and report to specific committees, and provides for the eligibility of the Act, or the applicability of the Act, and alters the effective date. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Ways and Means, report number 27. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 83, Public and Non-Public Schools, Electric Retractable Room Partitions, Operation Requirements. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 alters the content of a specialized curriculum for school resource officers in school. Oh, I opened the wrong folder. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was wondering what was.
Well, they gave me, I know, my God, they gave me the.
Do you want a special order at the end of this calendar?
Yes, please. I need to get the proper floor report. Thank you.
Okay. Bill has been special ordered to the end of the calendar. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 222, Value My Vote Act. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing subcommittee chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Thank you. The amendments require correctional facilities to display signs about voting rights and provide a ballot drop box. They require correctional facilities to distribute voter registration materials to eligible individuals. They require the State Board of Elections to engage in nonpartisan community organizations to facilitate voting by incarcerated individuals. They establish a voting rights ombudsman at the state board to oversee the implementation of the bill, and establish a toll-free hotline for incarcerated individuals to receive information about voting and report violations of the bill. I move the committee amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the committee amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question is now the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Gentleman from Talbot.
I just got a chance to look at this legislation. I believe I'd like to offer an amendment, and I'd wonder if it'd be okay if we could, I don't know the correct words, special order
to the
Yes.
later today?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay.
Yes.
Question for the House is this special order HB 222 to later time today. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill has been special ordered. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 522, Public Schools, School Resource Officers, Prohibited Conduct. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing Vice Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered a reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 alters the content of a specialized curriculum for school resource officers and school security employees. Requires that SROs have a record free of findings of excessive force and school security employees pass a background checks. Requires that school systems and law enforcement agencies jointly assign an SRO, and requires that schools adopt a behavioral health and safety plan before being assigned an SRO or employing a school security employee. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the special order. Bill. HB 83.
House Bill 83, Public and Non-Public Schools, Electric Retractable Room Partitions, Operation Requirements. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 repeals the bill language and substitutes a requirement that the State Department of Education study the current state of electric room partitions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Ways and Means, report number 28. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 746, Election Law, Absentee Ballot Envelopes, Party Affiliation. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 864, Income Tax Subtraction Modification, Military Retirement Income. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendment alters the maximum amount of the subtraction modification under the bill. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 865, Historic Revitalization Tax Credit, Small Commercial Projects, Alterations. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1178, Income Tax Subtraction Modification, First-Time Home Buyer Savings Accounts. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 provides that only a first-time home buyer may establish first-time home buyer savings accounts under the bill and prohibits an individual from being an account holder of more than one account. Requires a financial institution to provide to each first-time homebuyer account holder certain information about homebuyer education and housing counseling programs and services, and requires the Department of Housing and Community Development to conduct outreach to communities of the state that experience lower rates of home ownership regarding first-time homebuyer savings accounts and the subtraction. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered, printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1307, Education, Child Care Centers, and Youth Development Organizations and Programs Support Youth Development for School-Aged Children Act. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much to be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Thank you. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 allows youth development organizations or programs to provide child care only under exigent circumstances, provides for safety, staffing, and care standard of youth development organizations and programs, requires that background checks be shared with MSDE, and provides for the termination of this act. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 25. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 71, Juvenile Services Education Board and Program Establishment Powers and Duties. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 requires expert review teams established under the Blueprint for Maryland's Future to have visited all residential facilities in which juveniles are educated by the end of the 2025-2026 school year. Provides that the Juvenile Services Education Board is an independent unit within the Department of Juvenile Services. Adds an educator member to the Juvenile Services Education Board and provides for the election of the member. Requires members of the board to reflect the diversity of the population of juveniles in the state. Specifies qualifications for the Juvenile Services Education Program Superintendent. Makes the superintendent rather than DJS responsible for implementing educational programs. Requires DJS to notify a juvenile in custody of the juvenile's educational rights. Authorizes rather than requires county boards of education to waive certain high school graduation requirements, specifies the content of the superintendent's annual report, specifies timeframes for audits of the board, and requires DJS to contract with a public or private entity to conduct an evaluation of its educational policies. Amendment number 3 adds a reporting requirement by the Juvenile Services Education Board, provides for the transfer of personnel to DJS, ensures that employees of the Juvenile Services Education Program remain in the employee pension system, and provides that the provisions of the bill terminate on June 20th, 2033. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 26. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 308, Court Civil Action, Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 alters the purpose paragraph. Amendment number 2 strikes that certain discovery ordered by the court must be targeted. Alters when the court may award certain party reasonable attorney's fees and costs. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 27. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 316, Conditions of Pretrial Release, Home Detention Monitoring. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 strikes provisions relating to the Pretrial Services Program Grant Fund, creates a work group on home detention monitoring, calls for federal funding for implementation of the bill in fiscal 2022, and establishes effective dates. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the Faber report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Faber report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 28. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1008, failure to pay rent proceedings, sealing of court records. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So move the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 prohibits the landlord from increasing rent solely because certain judgment was entered. Alters number of days of final resolution. Prohibits the court from sealing record if tenant receives federal funds to subsidize rent established when the sealed record may be opened by the court, and requires the Maryland Judiciary to develop and publish on its website a certain form. So move the reading of the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the Faber report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Faber report is adopted. Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County in the annex.
There we go. A day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the floor leader, it's Saturday. Can the floor leader please rise for some questions, please?
Sure. Hello.
Good morning. It's Saturday. What can I say? Can you please explain to me what this bill actually does?
Sure, absolutely. So what this bill actually does, it actually will assist tenants and with regards to failure to pay rent cases that are dismissed, and would allow tenants to shield those records only in cases where the case was dismissed after 60 days after all appeals have been exhausted. Additionally, after 12 months after a judgment has been entered, a tenant also has the right to petition the court, and if the court finds there's enough just cause, then the court may seal the records in those situations after an evidentiary hearing.
Thank you. The question I would have, if you file a failure to pay rent, you go to court, the judge finds the tenant is in breach of their lease, not paying their rent, and after a court date, we have to wait so much time in order to get a warrant of restitution, and I don't know how long that's going to be with new legislation coming up, but anyway, the question I have is, if the tenant moves out, yet they still owe the landlord money, will that record be sealed?
So if a judgment is entered in favor of the landlord, that record would not be sealed automatically. After the judgment has been entered, all appeals have been exhausted. 12 months later, the tenant can petition the court and ask the court to seal the record. Obviously, in that situation, if the landlord has not finished with his repossession of the property, he can inform the court at that hearing that that has not taken place, and the judge would make a decision at that point whether or not that record or not would be sealed.
Let me say this one more time, maybe I wasn't quite clear. I've run into situations where we went to court because failure to pay rent. They went to court, they didn't show up, but yet the judge found it in favor of the landlord. And in the meantime, they stayed until whatever appropriate time they felt was best, and then they moved out. Under those circumstances, will this record be sealed?
The record would not automatically be sealed.
When you say automatically, can you please explain to me what automatically means?
Meaning that it would not be automatically sealed under the scenario that you just gave.
Okay, but it possibly could be sealed, correct?
If the tenant were to file a motion with the court and petition the court for the sealing of the record, the court would then schedule a hearing to make a determination whether or not it's in the interest of justice for that record to be sealed.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
No one here. The gentleman from Talbot in the annex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the floor leader rise for a question?
Sure.
So I'm noticing the testimony on this bill. We had unfavorable from Maryland Realtors, and then we had favorable with amendment from MMHA or Multi-Housing Association. My first question is, was the bill amended in a way that satisfied MMHA's concerns?
Yes, the bill was amended to satisfy their concerns. They are now favorable with the bill as amended.
All right, and how about Maryland Realtors? Are they in support of the bill now with the amendments?
I'm not 100% certain if they're in support of the bill, but we did address the concerns from MMHA as well as from the judiciary, because they also had some concerns, and the amendments take care of those concerns.
Thank you for that. So if you could just briefly, I was researching this before I decided whether I wanted to come up and ask questions. Could you just describe for me what the bill does now with the amendments?
Sure. As stated with the amendments, as I mentioned, it alters the number of days after final restitution when the court records can be sealed. It also, again, prohibits the court from sealing a court record if a tenant receives federal funds to subsidize the rent, and just establishes when a sealed record may be opened by the court or a tenant. And again, requires the judiciary to develop a form published on his website to conform to the bill once passed.
So to the floor leader, I'll just make a final comment. We have so many of these bills related to landlord-tenant, and I'm trying to pay attention to what things are passing that are drawing multiple support letters, and it's not easy. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
The gentleman from Queen Anne's in the annex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the floor leader rise for a quick question, please?
Sure.
Could you help me out with reading the bill? And I understand the concept, but what's in it for the landlord in this bill? Is there any protections in the bill?
Like I said earlier, with regards to the landlord, if they get a judgment, then that judgment will be enrolled after all appeals have been exhausted. And so the landlord, if they were to file a failure to pay rent case and the case was found in favor of the landlord, then the landlord would have his or her judgment, and then they can proceed forward with repossession of the property.
Okay, but there's nothing in this, so I have to accept somebody. I can't find out if somebody's been a errant in their rent, that I'm no longer allowed to look at that side of it. And I rent it to somebody. Let's say I get lucky and rent it to 3 people in a row that have sealed records. What's in it to help me out?
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, most landlords will require a credit check. If such a suit was filed, that would show up on the tenant's credit report. So you would have that ability to find out whether or not a failure to pay rent case was ever filed against that prospective tenant.
Okay. All right, thank you for your question.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any additional comments to this bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 29. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 719, commercial tenants, personal liability clauses, enforceability. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 alters the purpose paragraph. Amendment number 2 changes the bill to give judges the option of invalidating personal liability clauses in commercial leases if it's unjust, and it alters the effective date to 100 days after the COVID emergency. So, as amended, this bill should help some small businesses survive the pandemic. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of Favor report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Favor report is adopted. Gentleman from Western Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll move around a little bit this way so I can see my friend from Montgomery County through the plexiglass. So you mentioned that there's an amendment, and part of the purpose of the bill, the effect of the bill, would be to potentially allow an avenue to invalidate personal guarantee clauses of commercial leases. Is that correct?
That is correct. It would make it an option if, based on the totality of the circumstances, a judge would find that allowing that liability guarantee to continue would be unjust, and it's only for those small businesses and restaurants that were forced to close during the pandemic, and only for those rents owed between March and September of the shutdown.
Okay, so that is a wonderful explanation. That's what I was rising to discuss with you. This isn't something that's going to extend in perpetuity beyond our current circumstances. It's simply a way for those tenants who really suffered and can prove that they really suffered and couldn't pay the commercial rent because of the COVID shutdown, because of COVID restrictions. It would remove personal liability clauses. Because I can tell you, as I'm sure the committee's aware, in 99% of commercial leases, it's generally required that you have a personal guarantee clause, because if you're just simply renting to an LLC that may not have any assets if they go out of business, without a personal guarantee clause, and usually if it's a married couple, you require them to both personally guarantee so they can't shield assets that way. So this is going to be limited solely to these circumstances, and it says that in the bill, the amendments to the bill, it only has a defined period of time. You know, we're not going to be here 2023, 2024 talking about tenants using this to get out of liability for their breaches of lease.
Correct, and not only that, the effective date of this would be the end of the COVID emergency plus 180 days, so you couldn't claim this indefinitely into the future.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Is there any further debate? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1248, Public Safety Law Enforcement Officer Data Collection and Reporting. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
It's a technical amendment. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the technical amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the Favor report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Favor report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 30. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 885, Courts of Appeals and Special Appeals, renaming. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the Favor report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Favor report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1339, Child Support Guidelines. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the Favor report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Favor report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 31. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 531, Criminal Procedure. House Bill 531, Criminal Procedure, Sexual Offenders, Lifetime Supervision. Favorable.
The question for the House is the adoption of the Favor report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Favor report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 681, Task Force to Study the Maryland Orphans Courts. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 alters the membership of the task force. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. The question now is adoption of the Faber report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Faber report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 882, Work Group to Study Partial Expungement. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Move so much be the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 redrafts the bill to alter the membership of and extend the effective dates of the work group that was created in Chapter 31 of 2021, which was the subject of the veto override earlier this session. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the Faber report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Faber report is adopted. The gentleman from Talbot.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a question for the floor leader. This is a work group on partial expungement, correct?
Yes.
So what is the work group focused on?
So last year we passed legislation related to shielding convictions or shielding items that were listed as dismissals or were not or null process from people's records on judicial case search. This work group was part of that bill, but the expiration date for the work group, it expired because the bill was vetoed, so it didn't actually get to meet to figure out how that would work. So that's why we're bringing this work group back so that it has the opportunity to do what we want them to do in the bill that we passed.
Right. And so the bill is specifically focused on those cases?
Yes.
All right. My interest and the reason I'm standing up is to talk about violations concerning our fisheries, our commercial fisheries. That's a strict liability situation, and I suppose that would probably be outside the scope of the bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's an interesting thing, and I don't want to carry on.
It
We got a
is
lot to
interesting.
do, but I mean,
And let's talk
we're
about
working to
fisheries
help
for a while.
out most of society, while there's this one group of society we keep stepping on and putting down over and over that are hurting right now. But it's outside the scope, so I won't bring
That
it
is,
up.
yes, slightly out of the scope of the partial expungement bill.
Thank you.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1250, Task Force to Study the Laws of Intestacy in Maryland. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 alters the purpose paragraph. Amendment number 2 alters the membership requirements for the task force. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the Faber report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Faber report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 32. Recognizing the floor leader. Oh, clerk will read the bill. Yeah.
House Bill 23, Personal Information, State and Local Agencies, Restriction on Access. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Thank you. Amendment number 1 alters the title and purpose paragraph. Amendment number 2 prohibits disclosure of certain personal information to a federal agent or agency for immigration enforcement unless presented a valid warrant. Clarifies that the bill applies to federal immigration enforcement. Alters the reporting requirements. Alters the agencies to which certain law enforcement database access restrictions apply. And authorizes access to certain law enforcement databases on behalf of the Maryland judiciary. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the Faber report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 28. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 90, State and Local Housing Programs, affirmatively furthering fair housing. Favorable amendments. Amendment 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, the bill requires the Department of Housing and Community Development to administer its programs and activities to affirmatively further fair housing. It further establishes that local jurisdictions have a duty to affirm fair housing and requires it to submit assessment of fair housing as a component of the housing element to local jurisdictions' comprehensive support. DHCD must submit an annual report to the Governor General Assembly. Amendment number 1 makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 requires certain regular report to the Housing Community Development, DHCD. Amendment number 3 requires DHCD to explore ways to ensure the collaborating with supporting nonprofit government entities devoted to furthering fair housing. It strikes the provisions requiring political subdivisions or housing authority to submit certain assessments prior to receiving financial assistance. It establishes a duty that DHCD require political subdivision or housing authority to submit certain assessment as part of the housing element of a comprehensive plan, makes conforming changes. And amendment number 4, Madam Speaker, alters the date to which the housing element of a comprehensive plan developed by local jurisdictions must include an assessment of fair housing, requires, on request of a local jurisdiction, the Department of Planning in consultation with DHCD to provide technical assistance for the purposes of developing the housing element of a comprehensive plan. And finally, Madam Speaker, it requires a local jurisdiction that has completed and revised a certain assessment of fair housing or an analysis that implements fair housing to incorporate the assessment and analysis into the local jurisdiction's comprehensive plan. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Gentleman from Culver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just have some questions for the floor leader. How are you?
I am wonderful, sir. How about yourself?
It's Saturday. First question is, obviously there are a lot of amendments on this bill and it's been changed a lot. And I was trying to listen to them as best as I could. Could you maybe, if you had the time, succinctly tell me what the bill does now?
The bill now, as it has been amended, is simply a reporting bill. The local jurisdictions report to DHCD. Okay, then DHCD prepares a report to the Governor and the General Assembly.
And it's a fair housing bill, right? It's still...
That is correct.
Okay. And can you tell me what that means, how it's defined?
There's a federal mandate that suggests that federal housing comprehensive plans look at multiple subject areas. And the federal housing requests these information from the state and, to discrimination in certain types of areas. I'll relax and wait for your question, sir.
No, that's good. So on the fiscal note, it says on page 2, foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to housing and opportunity based on protected characteristics. I was reading that and the other items in the fiscal note, and I guess my question is one of the things that we're looking at in this bill, or should we look at, is in some areas we have some unsustainable property taxes that are barriers to being able to buy a house. We're going to look at that at all, because that's kind of an issue of fairness as well. Because there are some, let's face it, there are some areas in the state where the property taxes are just not sustainable.
No.
So that's not one of them. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. So Madam Speaker, I do have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number, if I can see it, 353823/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment, Madam Speaker.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very simple fix to this bill because the bill's about fair housing and it defines it, actually, I think, very well. The word fair is pretty straightforward. But what the bill misses in all of its virtue signaling is the fact that there are communities where the property taxes just are not sustainable. As an example, if you look at certain parts of the state, you'll see that the property taxes are just outrageous. In some cases, for example, because I'm on a site in Baltimore City, you can buy a row house in Baltimore City, which I love the city, I do, and I think it would be great, and it's $65,000. That's incredible, right? And when you think about how low interest rates are, you say to yourself, wow, that's incredibly affordable, that's awesome. Yet so many of these places, these row houses are empty, and they're vacant, and one of the things that you'll see in the advertisement, not in the MLS listing, but actually in the advertisement, like in the newspaper, is you'll see that they actually find it necessary to tell you what the property taxes are because they're so high. And in some cases, the property taxes are half of the mortgage payment. Now, 50% of your mortgage payment on many of those row houses, for the poorest of the poor, 50% of your mortgage payment is the property tax. Or the property tax adds another 50% to the payment. It's not sustainable. And so what this amendment does, Madam Speaker, is it also calls for the bill to consider also, among all the other things for fair housing, lowering property taxes and general tax burdens to make housing more affordable for all Maryland residents. I mean, everybody knows in this body, including me, in the city in particular, but there are, to be fair, other communities as well, where the property taxes just aren't sustainable. And you look at, a row house and you say, wow, I mean, for $240 a month, I can buy this row house. This is awesome. And it's completely and utterly ready for move-in. But the property taxes are $150 a month. Can you imagine? So there is that structural problem for affordable housing in a place where there's enormous amounts of affordable housing. And it explains in large part why there's depopulation occurring in that city, because people are fleeing across the city line, to Baltimore County and other counties in search of, in large part, the lower tax burden. And so this is a fair amendment. It makes perfect sense. It's about fair housing. It's looking into barriers, this bill is, of why people can't get access to reasonably priced housing, and yet we have it right in front of us where that reasonably priced housing is. And these are, obviously great places. I have family that lives there, quite a lot of family members that live there, and this is probably their single biggest concern is that property tax burden. So with that, Madam Speaker, I move the amendment.
Subcommittee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask the body to reject this amendment. I understand totally where the gentleman is attempting to drive the discussion. That discussion, however, ladies and gentlemen, is not relevant to this particular bill. I want to redirect you, ladies and gentlemen, to the topic of this bill. And as I indicated at the start, the bill is a reporting bill. And a couple of the things that is required within the reporting structure from the local jurisdictions is as follows: an assessment of political subdivisions, policies, and practices related to housing and community development, fair housing enforcement, and fair housing outreach capacity. An additional requirement from the locals to the state is an analysis of available data to identify integration of segregation patterns and trends in concentrated areas of poverty. Afterwards, The state then prepares a report to the General Assembly and to the governor. And in that report from the state must indicate the total number of households that receive financial assistance through each state and local housing and rental assistance program and the amount of financial assistance provided, disaggregated by race, disability, status, and income. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm indicating to you the purpose of this bill. It is not taxation. And I understand where the gentleman is attempting to take us, but that's a different subject matter altogether. Again, I would reject this amendment, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from St. Mary's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple questions to the floor leader on this, on the amendment. We're looking at, I believe the amendment is the study of the tax rate. You mentioned capacity. Isn't cost one of the main obstacles to affordable housing?
Yes.
Well, then I think this is a good amendment. I'm looking at a tax rate for counties and municipalities in areas that are disadvantaged, which this bill is directly aimed at studying. And you have areas like in Baltimore City that have a 2.248 tax rate on real property. I'm looking through it, that looks almost like double what the rest of the state is. So if cost is a contributing factor to affordable housing and people obtaining it, then I think this is a good amendment, and we should study all factors that might be standing in the way of people achieving the American dream. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
The gentlelady from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to join in requesting that the body resist this amendment for a couple of reasons. A lot of people don't realize that about a third of all the property in Baltimore City is non-taxable. Repeat that with me, non-taxable. And the reason why is because we're providing world-class health care to our state and region through all our networks of hospitals. We're providing world-class higher education to the state and to the region. And we're also the headquarters of so many of our state buildings that do not pay taxes. So when you consider why are Baltimore City's taxes so high, it's because so many of your counties are not inundated with world-class healthcare facilities and colleges, quite frankly. And you come to our city, we welcome it, we heal you, we educate you, but we also have a heavy load on the tax side. So this bill is about something altogether different, but I think that education was needed for the good of the order. Thank you.
The maker of the amendment.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I hear the young lady from Baltimore, and I get it, and it makes sense. I just have to say this. I feel like when you look at that unsustainable property tax burden in the city on the residences, when I open my computer up, it's literally hundreds and hundreds of houses, row houses that you'll see for sale with these really high property taxes, where as I said, the property tax is 50% of the mortgage payment. And you look at that and you say to yourself, wow, at what point will that change? And we can talk about, the services and so forth, but there's no question that it is one of the single biggest barriers to getting people into home ownership. And yet here we have a place where we have thousands of homes that are truly affordable at $60,000. I mean, there are a couple that I just looked at that are $50,000, and they said there's about $10,000 worth of work that has to be done. So you would move into the house, it would be repainted, and some other significant improvements for $60,000. That's incredible. But the property tax on that same house, $150 a month, even though the payment would only be $247 or something like that. I think I'm pretty accurate on that, given current interest rates. So we see that there's a structural problem to getting fair housing and to getting people up and out and having opportunities. And that structural problem is being caused by government. Government has caused that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the gentleman still pressing his amendment?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Move the amendment. Thank you.
On the amendment, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails.
Wait a minute.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 933, Anne Arundel County Transfer Tax Housing Trust Special Revenue Fund. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognized in subcommittee, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, the bill authorizes Anne Arundel County to increase the county transfer tax rate on written instruments conveying the title of real property or leasehold interest in real property if the actual consideration is $1 million or more, and establishes a housing trust special revenue fund to be used to provide affordable housing to moderate and low-income individuals in the county and in city of Annapolis. The county amendments, Madam Speaker, remove the applications of this bill transfers of real property that provides affordable housing for moderate or low-income individuals in the county, and clarify that the revenue derived from the tax rate in excess of 1% of the actual consideration paid or be paid shall be distributed to the special fund created by this bill. I move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as
Madam
amended.
Speaker.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. The gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's never been a secret that I've been an outspoken critic against this bill. And while the title seems like it's a good bill, there are many flaws in this current bill. One of them is that it doesn't specify how high the rate can be increased by. The bill doesn't specify how the money and where will it be spent. It doesn't guarantee that the money will be spent on affordable housing because of the vagueness of the term. It's also one of the worst times to put forth a bill like this during a pandemic. Many residents in Anne Arundel County feel that this is another government money grab, and many of them don't trust government because we don't always do what we say we're going to do. And this will be an additional tax increase in one of the worst time of our history. In comparisons to other Maryland counties, Anne Arundel County's low rates are an incentive for people to come live, work here, and start a business. And our residents already pay numerous fees and taxes, including recording fees, state property tax, county property tax, Chesapeake Bay Restoration Fund fee, stormwater management fee, and many other universal fees as well, depending on the nature of the property. This bill is heavily opposed by the majority of the residents, and it's also opposed by multiple groups, such as the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. And they state that the impact on housing affordability crisis has on residents that they've witnessed firsthand, and COVID-19 has made it worse. They are not also immune to financial challenges. According to the association ongoing delinquency survey, most Class C apartments communities are averaging around 33% delinquency monthly, a crushing blow to revenue. A tax increase will, especially after tax increases and recordation taxes were recently raised in Anne Arundel County, and during this time of such unprecedented financial hardship to property owners and managers, would devastate the rental.
Madam Speaker, this sounds like third reader debate. I wonder if the delegate has an amendment.
I do have an amendment, but I just wanted to give the body a little bit of a background why the amendment and what the amendment will do. And also, just keep in mind that 34% of revenues in 2019 were from multi-family housing. So what this bill does, since we don't have enough information and it's very vague, and I believe that there is an affordable housing problem, but we need to study it, but we need to study it thoughtfully and carefully. Madam Speaker, I do have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 133628/1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered moving the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you. Amendment will strike the bill and it would replace it by a study. The study would be conducted by the Department of Housing and Community Development, which will study on affordable housing for moderate low-income individuals. And the study has to study the following. It needs to analyze and identify the need of affordable housing for moderate and low-income individuals in Anne Arundel County, including where in Anne Arundel County housing is needed, because it doesn't currently exist. Once areas in the study are identified, it would have to consider the impact of creating affordable housing with respect to watershed management infrastructure, law enforcement, fire safety, school capacity, hospitals, and any other county resources that will be used by the increase. It also needs to ensure that any recommendation for affordable housing must adhere to the General Development Plan 2040. It also needs to identify which income bracket consists of moderate to low income individual for the purpose of the affordable housing. And most importantly also, it needs to consider that the impact of cluster housing and other high density that will affect the surrounding community. And the study is due by June 30, 2020, and will be given to the General Assembly. The reason for the study, I think we all agree that we have affordable housing issues in many of our areas. But to dedicate a fund that is not going to be able to identify exactly where it's used is really wasting taxpayers' money. And let me just add one more point, that in fiscal year 2021, between fiscal year 2010 to 2021, the total real estate taxes collected by the county have increased by 57% without imposing any new taxes. So if the county wants to spend money and study or identify that, it could do it with the funds that it was received during that time. I move the amendment.
Subcommittee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to make an assumption that the maker of the amendment was on the floor when I rose a couple of days ago to refer this bill back to committee for the purposes of an amendment. I think it probably would have been appropriate if the maker of the amendment could have given this to us to discuss and look at that time when we took it back to committee for the purposes of an amendment. Number two, the gentleman is from Anne Arundel County, where the county executive is in full support of this bill. I'm assuming that the county executive of the county has not seen this amendment, and thirdly, I would be tremendously hesitant to agree to accepting an amendment for a local bill when the local jurisdiction has not had the opportunity to look at this bill. I am going to ask the body to reject this amendment for all the above reasons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. So, yes, I do remember coming to the subcommittee chair and asking him if I can special order the bill, and he indicated to me that the bill will be re-referred back to committee for amendments. My amendment wasn't ready, unfortunately, until this morning, and I was able to share it with the chairman of the committee. Again, this bill is not going to change a lot of things. All it will do is would give us 1 year to study and identify the environmental impact, which is huge in Anne Arundel County. It would also study the resources. Our resources are already stretched thin, but we need to have it in a study. And good study lead to good legislation. That's what we do here. That's what we have so many studies, because we want to come out with a good product. The fact that it wasn't referred back to committee because of the time that we have, it's crossover, and I wasn't able to send it back to delegation to revisit it. So for that reason, I still push the amendment. I think putting a study, delaying it for 1 year, studying it, make sure that we address the environmental issues the stormwater management issues, the traffic issues. We have traffic issues in Anne Arundel County, and if we just put just money and spend money without really studying what are we studying, is a disservice to our taxpayers, but it's a disservice to this body that we did not study this and we weren't thoughtful enough. I still push the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the maker of the amendment would yield for a question. Delegate, you mentioned the general development plan. So Anne Arundel County is already completed the process of looking at the need for housing, affordable housing, and planning for housing in Anne Arundel County. Is that correct?
It's in the process, yes.
Yes. You've also mentioned that this is an enabling bill for Anne Arundel County. So if Anne Arundel County wants to engage in any additional studies, they will have the opportunity to do that before implementing this trust fund. Is that correct?
They have the ability, but also just
That's
keep
correct.
in mind. But just keep in mind that we have other jurisdictions that this will affect too by having affordable housing. The environmental aspects of it will
Thank you.
actually impact for other areas.
You also mentioned that with this bill, this is just for transfers that are over $1 million. Is that correct, Delegate?
That is correct.
Thank you. So when we're talking about people that are struggling, we're talking about what we need in Anne Arundel County. We want to put this in the proper context. This is just over $1 million. Is that correct?
Well, there are apartment complexes where it houses many people that need the affordable housing are
Thank
also
you.
over $1 million. We're not talking about just residential areas. I know it sounds good when you say it's over $1 million, it's rich people, but we're talking about apartment complexes. We're talking about places that houses low-income people.
Thank you. And that was the basis of the amendment that the good delegate read. It was to exempt out properties that are for affordable housing. Is that correct, Delegate?
That is correct. It just doesn't
Thank
go
you,
enough.
Delegate. Thank you. I would ask the body to resist the amendment. The Anne Arundel County is in the process of doing this and has embarked on a comprehensive process to make sure that affordable housing is available in Anne Arundel County. This amendment is contrary to that process. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would, of course, also ask the body to resist this amendment, but let me just talk about the process in my committee with respect to local bills. Now, we don't always pass local bills. Sometimes we defeat them. But I will tell you that we only accept amendments and language of a local bill that has been approved by the local delegation precisely because we don't want to have the entire House of Delegates listen to the internal debate of a jurisdiction. I mean, a few seconds ago, I really felt like I was a member of the Anne Arundel County delegation. I'm not. Very few of you are. I trust the Anne Arundel County delegation to tell my committee in this chamber what they think is best for their local legislation. And if it's legislation that our committee has decided doesn't violate a statewide precedent or principle, then we'll pass it as that delegation chooses. And so I would ask that you reject this amendment because the local delegation does not support it. And I would ask for you to support the bill as it is currently amended because that's what the Anne Arundel County delegation wants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the gentleman still pressing his amendment?
Yes, ma'am. I'm still pressing
All
the
in
amendment.
favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Roll call, Madam Speaker. Roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill? Gentleman,
Madam Speaker.
Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got an amendment at the desk. Amendment 143122. Colleagues, this is,
Amendment
thank you. Colleagues, this is a local bill. Unfortunately, because of the timetable, there was an amendment put on this bill yesterday, and then we voted along party lines. So I do beg your indulgence, but this bill does affect everybody in this room. We're sitting in the state capitol, and when we're talking about cluster housing or workforce housing, it has a major impact on this area. And so my bill moves so much, you consider the reading of the bill?
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The bill number, please. Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I messed you up. All this amendment does is basically create a lockbox around these funds. All it says is right now, 3/5, as the bill is written, of the county council can approve the increase in taxes on any commercial or residential property that is transferred over $1 million. All I want is fiscal responsibility, a democratic decision to be made over in the county council that says we are not going to release these funds to a special fund or a general fund that is not geared towards actually producing affordable housing. We've all seen it. Money will end up in a fund and then suddenly it's gone. I just want to make sure if you say we're going to use this for affordable housing, then show us how. The good delegate from Anne Arundel County made excellent points. When you start to develop areas, whether it's cluster or just additional homes, because the only way really to reduce the costs of housing is supply. It's as old as the earth. It just is. The more you have, the cheaper it'll get. So the only way to do this in our small footprint, which includes this capital, is cluster housing. So there's a lot of impact. There's a reason in Anne Arundel County you pay $40,000 in impact fees for one property. It's because it has a major impact on the environment. It has an impact on forestation. It has a major impact on wastewater management, which we sat and argued in here for an hour the other night. All this is just a good government bill that is physically and environmentally friendly, that says, all right, we're all in this together, but these funds, if you're going to use them, better go towards affordable housing. And I press my amendment with that, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing Subcommittee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to reiterate again what I indicated at the very beginning of this discussion. This Bill 933 authorizes the Anne Arundel County government for these funds. Authorizes. In the authorization process, the county government and the county executive have a huge say-so in how these funds are being spent, allocated, and or studied. I do not believe it is up to us at this particular point to define how these monies should be spent when the county executive has come forth and asked for this legislation to assist them in the county on how the affordable housing should be adjusted in the county. You are trying to narrow their scope. They have not yet defined how they want to put these monies for affordable housing. I do not think we here in the General Assembly should tie their hands. Allow them to spend the money the way that they see appropriate for it. I would reject the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Vice Chair of the committee for making my point. We don't know how they're going to spend the money. In here the other day, the Chesapeake Bay Foundation was transferred. This is what I'm concerned about. Trusting a governor or a county executive to put a pretty title on something and say we're going to collect the money for this, and then all of a sudden that money is gone. Affordable housing is good for all of us. I'm all in. Let's make sure we use the funds in the appropriate way and put it in a lockbox so it can't be moved for anything else other than affordable housing. With that, I press the amendment.
On the amendment, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 977, Prince George's County Public Safety and Behavioral Health Surcharges, Behavioral Health Programs, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1010, Prince George's County Payment in lieu of Taxes Agreements, Low Income Housing, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1061, Southern Maryland Multifamily Dwelling Registration Fees and Fines, favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
As amended, the bill authorizes the county commissioners of a code home rule county of Southern Maryland to, one, require property owner of a residential property to register the dwelling of the county in order to offer units dwelling for lease number. And secondly, it charges a fee for property owner for registration of a residential property unit, and it imposes a fine for property owner that leases a unit in residential property that has not registered to county. The committee amendments, Madam Speaker, apply to the requirements of the bill to dwellings other than multifamily dwellings, and number 2 allows the county to conduct inspections of a registered dwelling unit to enforce minimum property maintenance standards, and third, it authorizes fines against the property owner that is in violation of inspection criteria established by the county. I move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Gentleman from St. Mary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple questions to the floor leader. Hey, good afternoon. So first, I'm looking at the bill title here, and it says Southern Maryland. What counties are this actually affects?
In the state of Maryland, there are 3 types of governance. One is a commission county, the second is a charter county, and the third is a code county. In code counties, there are several different code counties. I don't remember all of them. Allegheny may be one. Charles is another. However, in the Southern Maryland Code County, there's only one jurisdiction in that title, and that Code County of Southern Maryland only applies to Charles County.
Okay, so if a county like, say, Calvert or St. Mary's became a code home rule county, would they be drawn into the bill?
No. Again, Southern Maryland Code County only refers to Charles County, as my mother would say, period, dot.
So again, so if the county's changed to a code home rule county, they would not be drawn into the bill because of a period and a dot?
Period, dot.
So the bill talks about a couple fees in here. It says it's a charge, a fee for registration. How much is this going to charge?
Just a minute, please. I believe that the registration fee is $30.
Okay. It also talked about inspections. How many inspections are they going to have?
Hang on one second here. The inspections are, I believe the inspections are every 2 years, I believe.
2 years inspections. Do the inspections cost extra?
Hang on one second here. The inspections cost extra. I do not know the answer to that question. Hang on, let me find the answer to that question. let me special order it to the end of the calendar, and I'll find out for you.
Yes, sir.
Question for the House is a special order HB 1061 to the end of the calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The bill has been special ordered to enter the calendar. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1207, Environment Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities Reform. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker,
Recognizing the floor leader.
be so much consider the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, the bill makes several changes to the Commission on the Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities. The bill, 1, alters the composition of the commission and the designation of the chair. 2, requires that, to the extent practical, the membership must reflect the racial, gender, ethnic, and geographic diversity of the state. 3, requires Maryland Department of the Environment to provide new commission members with a specified orientation. 4, requires the commission to meet at least 6 times per calendar year as specified. And 5, alters and extends the required duties of the commission. Committee member number 1 makes technical changes. Committee member number 2 alters definition and alters provisions relating to the composition, meetings, and duties of the commission. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Gentleman from Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the floor leader rise for a question, please?
Yes, Delegate.
I noticed that, this bill changes some of the ways that you're currently handling under these environmental policies and environmental justice procedures, and it creates it's considered called, it's a real fine print here, a supplemental environmental project. And what is...
I'm sorry,
could you-
Delegate, do you have the reprint?
I'm just looking at the fiscal note on the bill. Maybe I'm on the wrong one, but I got
Yes,
12.
I think you are, Delegate. That was amended
Okay.
out, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm on 1207. Excuse me.
This is 1207.
Well, this.
But you have to look at the
okay.
reprint. What you're talking
All right,
about was
so-
taken out, so.
Okay. So all
No, that's
right.
okay.
I'm just looking at the fiscal note, so I just wanted an explanation. If it's taken out, you've answered my question.
Wonderful.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Brief question for the
Yes,
floor.
Delegate.
Good morning. I'm trying to look at the reprint as well,
Yes.
and we
Mhm.
have sustainable communities in my district. Are there any changes in the bill as amended to the way we handle sustainable communities, or is this bill now just about the composition of the work?
It's more about the composition. I think there is a conflict a bit or a confusion about what this actual commission does
Right.
versus what the expectations of community are. And so this commission has always been a commission of essentially advising and analyzing and kind of helping to develop criteria that would then be given to other, not only to the General Assembly, but to the governor, as well as other agencies, to start thinking about these things and incorporating them into their practices.
Okay, so we took out the considerations where it tweaked the practical realities of what sustainable communities were, and we just left in the changes to the work group, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right,
Yep.
thanks so much.
You're quite welcome.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1239, Department of Housing and Community Development, appraisal gap from historic redlining financial assistance program establishment. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Subcommittee Chair.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
HB 1239.
I'm so sorry, Madam Speaker. HB 1239, Madam Speaker, move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker, the amendment establishes the appraisal gap of historical redlining financial assistance program and fund within the Department of Housing and Community Development. The purpose of the program is to provide financial assistance to affordable housing developers working in low-income census tracts in order to help close appraisal gaps and that occur in historical red-lined neighborhoods. Amendment number 1, Madam Speaker, makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 adds acquisition costs and an eligible construction expense. Amendment number 3 strikes language establishing mandated appropriation. Amendment number 4 alters the calculation of financial assistance under the program. Amendment number 5 requires DHCD to conduct a study report by June 30th, 2022. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1285, Howard County Fee for Rental Housing Services, established. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Message from the Senate. Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the bills and committee assignments.
Senate Bill 303, Senator Patterson, Health and Government Operations. Senate Bill 623, Senator Lee, Judiciary. Senate Bill 705, Senator Bidle, Economic Matters and Environment and Transportation. Senate Bill 836, Senator Bidle, Health and Government Operations. By order of Sylvia Seeger, Chief Clerk.
Report of the Committee on Health and Government Operations. Consent calendar number 49. Report number 17.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the reading.
Hold. Yeah, now you're anxious. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 790, Procurement, Office of Small, Minority, and Women-Based Affairs, Small Business Reserve Program, and Veteran-Owned Small Business Enterprise Program. Favorable.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
I move that the reading of the first bill be the reading of all the bills on the calendar.
So ordered. Adopt the favorable reports. All the bills on the report are ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Ways and Means, report number 29. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 532, Allegheny County Video Lottery Terminals, Distribution of Proceeds. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much we consider the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 alters the average and collective average payout percentages of VLTs. It requires the amount of local impact grants distributed to Anne Arundel County or Baltimore County as a result of the hold harmless provision to change. Alters the distribution of proceeds paid to the video lottery operation for Allegheny County. Alters beginning January 1st, 2023, the percentage of VLT proceeds to be paid to the licensees in Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, Cecil County, and repeals a restriction on the ability of the holder of the video lottery operation facility in Worcester County or certain other persons from building or converting certain lodging facilities. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 753, Education, Student Organized Peaceful Demonstration, Student Discipline and Policy. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
The amendment modifies the definition of student organized peaceful demonstration and requires that a school administration not punish a student if notified of a school protest within a reasonable amount of time rather than just within 48 hours. We move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Appropriations, report number 13. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1091, Emergency and Expedited Procurements, Reform. Favor amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 does 3 things. First, the bill now retains most of the current law from Section 13108 until October 2021 and requires, beginning in July 1st, 2021, the Special Secretary for the Office of Small, Minority, and Women Business Affairs, in consultation with the Secretary of Transportation and the Attorney General, to establish guidelines for each unit to consider when determining the appropriate minority business enterprise participation percentage goals and outreach for an emergency procurement contract. Second, beginning October 2021, the bill requires the procurement officer to obtain approval of the use of emergency procedures, and the CPO must approve or disapprove the request within 48 hours, and requires the emergency contract award to be public in the e-Maryland marketplace, specifies requirements if the contract exceeds $50,000. Finally, the amendments establish a mandated reporting for the Secretary of the Office of Small, Minority, and Women Business Affairs in December 2021. Move the amendments.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title?
Madam Speaker, there's a committee amendment.
Okay.
Amendment 994764/1.
Amendment number 1.
The amendment changes the reporting date from 90 to 60. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment has been adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 33. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 855, Criminal Law, Life-Threatening Injury Involving a Motor Vehicle or Vessel, Criminal Negligence, Wade's Law. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 alters the penalty provision. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment has been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title?
I don't have ECM.
Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Health and Government Operations, report number 18. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 448, State Government Legal and Employee Holiday, Juneteenth, National Freedom Day. Favorable.
The question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 527, St. Mary's County Human Relations Commission, Equal Treatment. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the committee The floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move so much be considered the reading amendments. Amendment number
ordered.
one. Amendment number one is technical. Amendment number two provides that the commission shall provide a updated website with regard to the protected categories. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 990, Maryland Department of Emergency Management, Establishment and Transfer of Maryland 911 Board. Favorable amendments. Amendment number one.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Move so much be considered the reading amendments.
So ordered.
The sole amendment is technical, deals with clarifying transferring of personnel. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment has been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1214, Procurement, Transparency, and Application to County Contracts. Favorable amendments. Amendment number one.
Recognizing the subcommittee chair. Floor leader.
Move so much be considered the reading amendment.
So ordered.
Amendment number one is technical. Amendment number two provides for an annual review of contracts by DGS to assess how well they were handled and reports to the General Assembly. That second amendment also adds a right to appeal procurement decisions for businesses who were deemed unsuccessful. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 29. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 480, Vehicle Laws, Plug-in Electric Drive Vehicles, Reserved Parking Spaces. Favorable amendments. Amendment number one.
Recognizing floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, HB 480 prohibits stopping, standing, or parking a vehicle in a designated plug-in electric drive vehicle charging space unless that vehicle is a plug-in electric drive vehicle that is plugged into charging equipment. Committee Amendment number 1 alters certain defined terms. Number 2 requires a vehicle in a charging space to be plugged into charging equipment. Number 3 limits the charging spaces that require signage. Number 4 alters signage standard. And number 5 strikes requirements for pavement markings. Move the committee amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the committee amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now, the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 626, Prince George's County Vehicle Height Monitoring Systems. Favorable amendments. Amendment number one.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, HB 626 authorizes Prince George's County to place vehicle height monitoring systems on highways in Prince George's County if authorized by the Prince George's County Council after notice and a public hearing, similar to the authorization for such systems in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Subcommittee amendments number 1, alter language to allow municipalities in Prince George's County to participate in the program. Number 2, establish a work group consisting of representatives of county and municipal governments to assist in implementing the program in a coordinated manner. Number 3, establish a work group to implement the program with consideration of the interests of the trucking industry. And number 4, prohibits installation of systems until certain maps, processes, and exemptions are developed. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 941, Baltimore City Speed Limits Establishment. Favor with amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Thank you. As amended, HB 941 authorizes Baltimore City to decrease or raise to a previously established level the maximum speed limit on a highway under its jurisdiction without performing an engineering and traffic investigation. Committee amendments. Number 1, authorize the city to decrease limits or raise speed limits to a previously established level. And number 2, prohibit a speed monitoring system on a portion of a highway where speed limits have been reduced without performing an engineering and traffic investigation. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 967, Baltimore City Speed Monitoring Systems, Interstate 83. Favor with amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Similar to the next bill for Talbot County, as amended, HB 967 authorizes Baltimore City to place 2 speed monitoring systems on Interstate I-83, subject to existing requirements for the placement of speed cameras. Amendment number 1 alters the recipient of proceeds to the Baltimore City Department of Transportation. Number 2 requires certain signage and a real-time display of a driver's traveling speed. And number 3 sunsets the entire bill. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its
Madam
title?
Speaker.
Recognizing the gentlelady from Carroll.
Thank you. I just had a question for the floor leader.
Floor leader.
I know over the years we've had a lot of speed monitoring bills in for different localities. Do we ever do any follow-up to see if they work?
I'm hearing yes.
I'm not on your committee, but I know it's been going on for years and years. And
Madam Speaker, could I just add something to that?
Committee Chair?
In virtually every instance where we've had a speed monitoring device, the revenues decline rapidly in the first year of usage. So, yeah, they work.
It would just be nice to share that information. I'm not a speeder. I've never had a ticket, thank God. But I just want the whole policy is to not let people speed, to discourage speeding and not just to collect revenue. But I appreciate having the answer. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 971, Talbot County Speed Monitoring Systems. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, HB 971 authorizes the placement of 1 speed monitoring system at the intersection of Maryland Route 333 and Bonfield Avenue in Oxford in Talbot County, subject to existing signage and placement requirements for speed cameras. Committee Amendment number 1 requires the fines collected to be remitted to SHA to be used solely to assist in making roadway and pedestrian safety improvements in the area. Number 2 requires certain signage and real-time display of drivers' traveling speed. And number 3 sunsets the bill in 5 years. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Recognize the gentleman from Talbot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the committee and just advise my colleagues that location is right beside the Oxford Volunteer Fire Company, which does a monthly breakfast. So if you're ever coming over for breakfast, please keep your guard up as you enter the town of Oxford. Thank you.
Is there any additional comments? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1114, illegal dumping and litter control law, yard waste disposal on highways. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, this bill prohibits a person from disposing of yard waste on a highway. A person who disposes of yard waste in violation of this bill is subject to a civil penalty as specified. In addition, the court may order a violator to remove or render harmless the yard waste disposed in violation of the bill in accordance with local laws, or reimburse the state, county, or municipal corporation or bi-county unit for its removal costs. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 excludes from the bill's prohibition plant waste derived from certain activities performed by electric companies, and 2, yard waste that is placed by a residential street or for a scheduled pickup. Amendment number 3 changes the violation under the bill from a misdemeanor to a civil penalty and authorizes, instead of requiring a court to order a violator to remove the waste or provide reimbursement. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1293, Baltimore City West North Avenue Development Authority. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the gentlelady from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 makes technical changes to the purpose paragraph. Amendment number 2 provides that the president of Coppin State University or the designee shall serve as chair of the authority, strikes the requirement that the Department of Commerce staff the authority, authorizes the authority to manage appropriated funds from the City of Baltimore and the state, authorizes the authority by a majority vote of its members to modify the boundaries of the target area and the buffer zone. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Special order calendar number 70. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 89, Correctional Services, Diminution Credits, Education. Favor report is amended, adopted.
Recognizing the gentleman from Charles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have an amendment here at the desk, but first I would like to, if I could, make a brief point of clarification.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Yesterday, colleagues, when we were having our rich debate on this House floor, there was some information erroneously passed about rape, child sex abuse, and sex abusers, and how they, if they were raping adults, if the victims were adults, that they would qualify for this specific diminution credit. And I don't want to relive the past, and I don't know who said what, but I do know that that information was indeed wrong. And as our caloric and very phlegmatic Chair of Judiciary pointed out, anybody who is convicted of a crime which requires them to register as a sex offender will not be available for the diminution credits under this specific bill. And I wanted to make that very clear. I do have an amendment at the desk, Madam Speaker. The amendment is 713520/1.
Amendment number 1.
This amendment, colleagues, basically just says that if you have been convicted of first-degree premeditated murder, that you would no longer be eligible for these diminution credits. And I'd ask that we move the amendment.
Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the delegate for providing the amendment, and the committee takes this as a friendly amendment.
Okay. All right. Question for the House is the favorable amendment It's the amendment to the HB 89. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is now ordered, printed for third reading. Special order calendar number 71. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 804, Taxes, Whistleblower Reward Program, and Statute of Limitations for Tax Collectors. Favorable report is amended and adopted.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a committee floor amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 695569/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
So just to clarify from the discussion yesterday, what this amendment would do is it would say that anybody participating in the Whistleblower Protection Program has to share their information under a sworn affidavit. And the effect of that is that if the information was later found to be intentionally false, they would be liable for perjury. Move the amendment.
Question for the House. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. The gentleman from Talbot in the annex.
Madam Speaker, were you going to move the amendment? Is that
Are you debating the amendment, or what exactly?
No. Let's wait until that's done, and then I have another amendment to offer. I'm not speaking on that amendment.
Okay. It wasn't clear to us. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Talbot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk, numbers 383629-1.
Amendment number 1.
So to the Majority Leader, thank you for the amendment. It addresses at least partly the concerns I had to make sure that we don't have false allegations that translate into very expensive, erroneous investigations to the businesses or to the individual. My amendment goes a little bit farther, and I think it should, and would ask the committee to consider this. So in this amendment, if an investigation or covered enforcement action under this section does not result in a final assessment or a successful outcome against the taxpayer, the whistleblower shall be responsible for any costs or attorney's fees incurred by the taxpayer in defending against the investigation or covered enforcement action. So yesterday, when we were talking about the business example, the businesses to defend a audit of this variety, if it's a simple audit, it might be a few $1,000s, but if it's a complex audit, a larger company, audits can cost the business, well over $10,000 or even more than that, depending. And so I think it's important that if we're going to have a whistleblower bill, and I'll debate that on third reader, but for the sake of this conversation, if we're going to move this bill, I believe we need to make sure that the balance of justice in this is fair for those that are being accused wrongly. In a court setting, I believe that the Majority Leader surely is giving certain relief to the extent that the courts would ever actually compel the enforcement and the penalty. But at the end of the day, I think that it would likely fall short, that the courts would not grant anything other than a slap on the wrist for these sort of things. And for that reason, I'm asking the body to support this amendment.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman for providing the committee with the amendment in advance so we could take a look. I am going to ask the body to resist the amendment. The effect of this amendment would be to make a whistleblower potentially liable in a situation where, say, the investigators couldn't make a case, or a case where the whistleblower made a good faith report, but then their report turned out not to be intentionally wrong, which would be perjury, but they just were misinformed or something of that kind. Therefore, this would serve as a deterrent to the type of whistleblowing that we're trying to incent, and I would ask for a red vote on the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Would the Majority Leader lead for a quick question?
Of course, Delegate. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I actually rise in support of this amendment. I think but before that, I just want to ask you a question. Give me an example of how would someone find someone that must have done something wrong with their taxes? Like, can you give me an example? How does it work? What evidence do they have to do?
Of a potential whistleblowing case?
Yeah.
You might have somebody who, for example, is working for a corporation. I mean, Enron from years ago is a good example, right? Is working for a corporation, is aware of some wrongdoing, they choose to report it. That would be your classic example of a whistleblower.
So, I guess if they can't find anything, there wasn't anything wrong. So, why wouldn't we support an amendment like this, where someone it could be a disgruntled employee that just wants to cause trouble? Since there's a financial incentive, why wouldn't we support such an amendment?
So in the case of a disgruntled employee, as a result of the committee amendment we just made, that disgruntled employee would be potentially liable for perjury if they were making intentionally false statements. But to your question about, what kinds of cases might they not be able to make a case, just because wrongdoing has been reported doesn't mean that the investigators are able to prove that wrongdoing to a sufficient legal standard to hold the wrongdoer accountable. That's just a fact of criminal investigation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the amendment. I think it's a good amendment. There are expenses that businesses have to incur, and I think it would deter people not just from making it because of anything else. If anything, it's just not make it because they know that it's not substantiated. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Anne Arundel on the amendment.
On the amendment, I stand in support of this amendment for a little different reason. And I want you to consider this. What if a homeowner has a contractor work on his house and is not happy with the product, and he looks out and he says, he guesses a lot of those workers are illegal, so he does a whistleblower based on that. I don't know if that's going to rise to the burden of proof. But, what I'm simply saying, Madam Speaker, is you're saying this gentleman that owns this company is not reporting the money he's paying to his workforce, which is illegal. You can't pay everybody cash. And a homeowner might make that jump or leap and say, I know how to put this contractor out of business. He's got illegal people working for him, and he's not paying taxes on them. That does rise to an offense. So I'm just trying to protect some of the people that may get caught up in this, and I think it's something to consider. So I stand and support this, so that because this amendment does nothing more than to say, you know what, if you're innocent, you should not be held harmless or held in harm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I press the amendment.
Any other debate on this amendment? On the amendment, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call.
Madam Speaker? Washington still.
Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails. The other gentleman from Talbot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to call the amendment up. I always get this inaccurate. Move so much be considered, or no, I've got amendment at the desk. The amendment number is 463128/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Real quickly for the body, just so everyone understands what this amendment is, you don't have to take time to read it. I'll just tell you it's real simple. It says if a whistleblower files a complaint against any individual or entity, that entity would get a written notice that the complaint was filed against them. And Real quickly, I don't have the numbers handy with the bill. I know the bill has set a pretty high bar for who a complaint could be filed against. And frankly, I don't really have a whole lot of, I don't really have a dog in this fight to stand up and put an amendment together. However, what's happened over the past year in society and our balance, and this is a fundamental thing, it's a principle of how we work together, has been tipped. It's been tipped in a really big way. And whistleblowing has become a part of our culture, okay? It's changed who we are, just like the internet has changed who we are. And something that's going on right now, and it's affecting all parts of our community, is that we've got this new culture where we tell on our buddies. It's tell on your buddy time. And now, it's not vindictive all the time. Sometimes it can be. You know, it's driven by emotion. I mean, people are still pretty excited about things that are going on. I mean, you know, there are a lot of places that are still shut down right now. Schools are not open right now. There are a lot of problems, and the anxiety level is very high, and we're dealing with COVID. So this culture has taken on society, and we've grown into this new realm. Whether you agree with it or not, it's there. And we're using whistleblowing, or we're using call on your friend. We're using this citizen-type police, which is outside the rules or outside the balances that are provided to us in the Constitution. They're fundamental. These protections are our basic rights. So here we have a bill today, and it really caught my attention because it's taking that concept and we're putting it in again. And that's okay, I get it. That's kind of where we're going. I mean, I've said it before that politics is downstream from culture. So things that are happening on the street, they happen there first and then they come here. Well, if this is where we're headed, then we need to look at it very carefully because I think it's changed significantly in the last year. So this is not only a whistleblower, but we encourage whistleblowing. We protect whistleblowers. Whistleblowing is not a bad thing, right? We want to make sure we have a sound network, and whistleblowers are a key to stopping a lot of bad things that happen. But we're not protecting whistleblowers here. We're creating a financial incentive for them, okay? That's a new step. So in thinking about that, and I put a bill in dealing with another issue about this, but it should be a policy and it should be something that everybody considers, and that is very simple. If we're going to step outside of the Constitution, we're going to step outside of the courts, and we're going to empower or drive our citizens to take kind of the law in their own hands, not necessarily, but kind of, let's add a balance, something basic, and that is just notice. I can tell you, I don't know, I was thinking about this bill, who would fall into it and how it would apply. I really don't know. I just know that I have a family business. I run a business. And I don't know how many people here do, okay? And I don't know how many people here frequent businesses or people that have operated a business over the past year. But the world that we're in right now, when you're trying to run a business, is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. And we talk about, reporting on someone else. I know that very well. I've got some of my best customers, close personal friends of mine, okay, who I look at and hug and high five when I see them on a daily basis, have, it's anonymous, but I know they've called me in. This is going on. And if people are doing that on a person-to-person basis, it's become part of our culture. So, I hug them. I don't hold any animosity towards them. I understand that if someone's doing something, they have a reason for doing it. But it's something that they would have never done prior to COVID. So here we are today with a pretty significant piece of legislation that not only protects whistleblowers, but it gives them a financial incentive, okay? And you can play into the scenario where this plays out, The numbers are high. If you talk to some small businesses and you're alleging fraud and you pile up a few years, it doesn't take very long to reach the numbers, the threshold that's in this legislation. But anybody who's intimate with the inside of a business, and anybody who's intimate with any business that has anything to do with credit card receipts coming in and cash coming in and checks going out, and yes, sometimes cash going out, which is perfectly legal. I think sometimes people have the assumption because things are paid for in cash, it's under the table or not lawful. But it is lawful. But the average person, or maybe someone in middle management, they don't know that company. They don't understand that company. But they may have a bone to pick. Or it could be a disgruntled spouse. And I think if anybody's been around a bad divorce, you know how dirty that can get. So be what it is. Be what it is. Let's just, to me, this is not a hostile amendment. It's a common sense thing. And I hope that you'll support it. I think it's good policy, and I urge a green vote for giving anyone who's the subject of one of these whistleblower tips, just give them written notice, just like we all get. Everybody here gets notice. We file financial disclosure reports, right? And I don't know about you, but I ask to know when someone wants to see my financial disclosure. I'm not paranoid about it. I'm not scared about it, but just let me know when somebody's getting into my business. So here we are with an amendment. All the amendment does is say we're going to let people know once somebody else is getting into their business, and they're also using the government as a vice to do that. I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I appreciate the gentleman sharing the amendment with the committee. I am going to have to ask the body to resist this amendment. What the amendment does is it says that 15 days after a report is filed, that the subject of a potential criminal investigation has to be notified that they're under investigation. And if that notification is made before the investigators are ready, and these financial crimes can be complex, it can take months or years to investigate, that could seriously compromise or undermine the investigation. So I would say let's leave this to the professionals in the comptroller's office and not create a situation where we're undermining these investigations. So I would ask for a red vote.
The maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't over here dancing. I was looking for my glasses, but they were on my head. So in rebuttal to the rejection, to the proposal, it says subject to subsection of this section within 15 days after receiving original information provided by a whistleblower, the comptroller shall provide written notice to any person who is the subject of the original information provided to the comptroller or who may be subject to a covered enforcement action or related action as a result of the original information provided by the comptroller. Nothing in the amendment says that the comptroller has to tell you you're under investigation. It just says they received a complaint. The enforcement agencies, the enforcement section, the government is so concerned with giving citizens information, and oftentimes the government complains it has so much work to do, and a lot of these things can be resolved forthwith. But anyway, I don't want to go on and on. The amendment's very simple. It is not overburdensome. Nothing in this would disclose or give away an investigation. This is a balance of power. It's due process. It's bedrock principle. It's good government. And it's not partisan either because, as we all know, there are whistleblowers and there are issues on both sides of the aisle. So please, everybody, think long and hard about this. Think about your constituents and push a green button for the amendment. Thank you.
On the amendment, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
The gentleman from Queen Anne's to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, I was actually on the amendment, but I'll explain my vote. I'm a little concerned by the explanation because I listened to the amendment and I listened to him saying that I should be made aware that somebody's coming in to look at my information. And it kind of reminded me of our debate on the no-knock warrant. And it was just, that's the reason for my vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails. If there are any additional amendments to the bill to its title, hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
Clerk will take the call. There being 127 members present, the House is still in session.
It did that before, too. I don't know.
Okay. Calendar of third reading, House Bills number 74. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 315, Juvenile Law, Juvenile Interrogation Protection Act.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? All right. Does anyone care to change your vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 91 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 315, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 372, Criminal Law, Drug Paraphernalia for Administration, Decriminalization.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 90 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 372, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 416, Healthcare Facilities, Assisted Living Programs, Requirements for Alzheimer's Special Care Units and Regulations.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 130 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 416, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 495, Income Tax Internal Revenue Code Amendments, Decoupling.
It's on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 127 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 495, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 600, State Board of Examiners for Audiologists, Hearing Aid Dispensers, and Speech Language Pathologists, Duties, Appointment of Members, and Requirements for Licensees.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 129 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 600, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 807, Task Force on Recycling Policy and Recycling and Waste Systems in Maryland.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 132 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 807, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 892, Economic Development Maryland Technology Infrastructure Pilot Program Establishment.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 131 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 892, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1351, Campaign Finance Contribution through Third-Party Payment Processor and Payment of Expenses.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 112 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1351, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Calendar of third reading, House Bills number 70. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 514, Maryland Legal Services Corporation Funding Abandoned Property.
It's on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 514, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 758, Maryland Licensure of Certified Midwives Act.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate?
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Brief question for the floor leader, please.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes.
Good afternoon. Can you just tell us who supported and opposed this bill, please? Is there any opposition at all?
I do not have the floor report with me.
Committee Chair.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. I have let me start with the vote in committee. It was 23 and 1 absent, if that's helpful to you. I believe that if there was testimony in opposition, that it was satisfied and everyone came together through the process.
Just wanted to get a feeling. I know the midwives have been trying to legitimize themselves, and everyone's supportive. There wasn't anybody who opposed this.
There may have been someone who opposed it in the beginning, I don't recall, but by the end of the process, no one opposed it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And midwives are legitimate.
Is there any further debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Okay. The gentlelady from Montgomery to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to confirm for the body that the chairman was correct. There was no opposition to this bill. Everybody was on board.
Thank you. Clerk will call the roll. Take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 758 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 919, Maryland Insurance Commissioner, Specialty Mental Health Services and Payment of Claims Enforcement.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 132 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 919, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1013, General Provision, Standard Time, Year-Round Daylight Saving Time.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 115 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1013, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1193, Certified Nursing Assistants, Certificate Renewal, Training Program Requirements.
It's on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1193, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1212, Work Group to Study Enhanced Opportunities for Socially and Economically Disadvantaged Individuals in the State.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 104 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1212, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1268, Legal Education Success Collaborative, established.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 100 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1268, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Calendar of third reading, House Bills number 75. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 45, Education, Baltimore County Public Library, Collective Bargaining.
It's on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 95 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 45, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 240, Criminal Procedure, Forensic Genetic Genealogical DNA Analysis, Searching, Regulation, and Oversight.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 132 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 240, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1166, Education, Physical Restraint, and Seclusion, Reporting and Training.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1166, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. For calendar of third reading, House Bills number 73. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 915, Work Group on Black, Latino, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and other underrepresented behavioral health professionals.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 127 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 915, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 990, Prince George's County Public Ethics Definition of Application.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 980, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1039, Health Occupation State Board of Massage Therapy Examiners, Revisions.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not,
Madam Speaker.
Recognize the gentleman from Talbot.
Yeah, I have a question for the floor leader.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I heard a colleague made a joke. It made me laugh. So right now, how much training is required, or how much education is required for massage therapy? Right now, before this becomes law, and then how will it change? My question goes specifically to people who are doing massage therapy right now. If they don't have 60 hours, how will that affect them?
Oh, can you? Okay. Sir, if you could wait just a minute so that I can make sure that I have the right information for you. Yeah. We're just, yeah, but we're waiting for the, we've got it. There you go. How much training do they get now?
I can fill in the gaps if you want me to talk.
No. Let's get the information.
Sing Ma Chevry and more.
How many do they get now? Thank you for being willing to fill in the empty space, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm raising questions, colleagues, about this because I remember recently there was a bill that came up. Nobody testified against it, and it dealt with a licensure, and then it added some kind of a continuing education, and it was told, don't worry about it, just vote for it. And I made the people swear under oath at the hearing that nobody was opposed to this, so we voted for it, and sure enough, a year later, I'm getting chewed at like nobody's business. And I was concerned about this because I actually know a number of people that do. We have got an older community on Talbot County, and there's a lot of massage therapy. Madam
Speaker.
So.
Recognizing the committee chair.
The bill standardized the curriculum. It didn't change the hours.
So if someone has 57 hours now, they wouldn't have to go back to get any additional.
Not according to this, what we're passing here. We're not changing the amount of training that they get. They get 60 hours required and then of training, and then 300 hours of contact time. that
So if they don't have 60 hours of training right now, they would have to go get the additional hours.
Not retroactive.
They wouldn't be licensed if they didn't have the 60 hours. They have to have 60 hours to be licensed.
Okay. Yeah.
We're not changing the standards at all. It's
Okay. Thank you. I don't want to belabor. I know we got a lot of voting.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 131 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1039, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1047, Mail-in Voting Enhancement Act.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? Recognize the gentleman from Culver.
Sure, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just briefly, it's a pretty easy bill to understand. And my concern with this bill is, and I did talk to Linda Limon from the State Department of Elections, and Maryland actually does have legalized ballot harvesting in certain circumstances. And with these drop boxes, they're not mailboxes, they're drop boxes. What this bill really is going to end up doing is encouraging ballot harvesting. And that's wrong. And I think it's going to encourage the breaking of the law and not following the law as it currently is written under those certain circumstances when you can actually help someone with their ballot. And so it just really makes me concerned that we would pass a bill like this, especially after what we witnessed in 2020. I think this particular bill makes elections less safe, and I think that there are many people that believe that ballot drop boxes just invite a lot of mischief, and I think that that's clearly the case. And I just don't understand what the problem is in mailing and actually using the post office, voting early, or voting in person. And this is moving us further and further away from, in my opinion, elections that are verifiable, like an election with voter ID. I don't know how you have voter ID with drop boxes. You're not really interacting with any individual. And so for all those reasons, Madam Speaker, I'm voting red on this bill.
The subcommittee chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I don't think I want to thank the delegate for those comments, but I do want to thank him for the opportunity for providing me the ability to speak on this bill, because as it relates to ballot drop boxes, all that the bill does is codify what we just did in 2020, allowing and expanding access for voters to place their ballots in a drop box. Not only does it do that, but it ensures that there's security at the drop box at all times. It also ensures that the Board of Elections creates a chain of custody around the ballots to further ensure security. And I also want to emphasize that what the delegate keeps terming ballot harvesting is actually a system and a secure system that is in place to ensure that people who cannot vote for themselves, I'm talking about people who are immobile, people with disabilities, who for whatever reason are unable to vote for themselves, are able to fill out a form, have it signed off, and have a way for a designated agent. That is the only legal way to cast a ballot on someone's behalf, is through a secure designated agent. Any other methods are illegal, as we've discussed on this floor time and time again. So once again, this bill just codifies, when it comes to ballot drop boxes, what we did in 2020, allowing voters to deposit their ballot in a drop box, and adds several security measures. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Talbot.
Sure, I just got some questions for the floor leader. So with the when I go in to vote in person, no one can be with me. I have to vote alone. I vote, and it's completely it's a vacuum. It's you voting alone. Of course, unless you bring a child. What's the chain of custody for a absentee ballot? Are there any rules for the chain of custody?
Sure, and thank you for the question. So once again, I want to add that in terms of your question, this bill specifically makes sure that the Board of Elections continues their process of establishing a secure chain of custody. That would be a policy that your local Board of Elections would implement. And so currently the chain of custody is that once your ballot is deposited, your local Board of Elections, an employee, not a random person, but employee of the Board of Elections, at least once a day, picks up the ballot and ensures that it gets to your local Board of Elections for processing.
Right. So there's a chain of custody from the box to the Board of Election.
Right.
But the answer is there's no chain of custody from the voter to the ballot box. And that's the problem, and it's a huge concern. Where we're going with how we're conducting our elections. It's interesting when we talk about fair standards, equality, things like that. Things are going to be the same all the way around. It's the same for everybody, and you've got standards where people that want to vote in person, well, they're going to have to stand in line. They're going to have a specific time. They got to follow all these rules. But no, we're going to have a whole nother system, and we're going to have drop boxes, and you can do whichever way you want to get to cast that ballot, which is the most critical time, really. I don't know, maybe both sides of the chain of custody are equally important, but that time where the ballot is cast and when it goes into the ballot box, that is, eminently critical. And with no chain of custody, no integrity, no guarantee of how, where, or when it got there is a huge concern. And I'm not going to get into the validation. I mean, we've all signed for our credit cards. You could put an X, you could put a Z, you could put your initials down. Is that, how are we doing this, and how is this moving forward? We're putting this into law now with the ballot boxes. It's a huge concern. I'm not trying to profess scandal or whatever. I'm just being upfront about the process and the way it works. And so I have a huge problem with the bill. It has huge ramifications. Voting is, that's the one thing that keeps us together, hinged as a democratic society. And once you weaken that, you really it creates a huge problem. And so unless there's securities, there's widespread reports of fraud with absentee ballots. It's been talked about here on the floor, and it's not new. So I've got major concerns. There's no check. There's no balance. Seems to be, I think it was argued that ballot harvesting doesn't exist, and so we're trying to make, some people that are opposed to the bill are trying to make it up, but heck, I've read newspaper articles about people that have bragged about their ability to take elections. And I'm not just talking about gubernatorial or House of Delegates or state Senate, but we've got really important municipal elections that are decided by a handful of votes. A handful of votes, 12 to 24, and I've seen some of the things you can do with a computer. How hard would it be, to print a ballot? I just got the book for checking IDs, and I've got a book from the health department that has every identification card in the country so you can check somebody's ID. And you wouldn't believe the detail you have to go into to prevent fraud with IDs, and people still find ways to make them up. There's big money in elections, big money in elections. There's some people, that's all they do is electioneering. Not me. That's not how I got involved with this, but I appreciate you answering my question. I've got huge concerns, and I hope those concerns are shared. Thank you.
The other gentleman from Talbot in the annex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the floor leader or the proponent of the debate we're having here, please rise for a question.
Hello.
Thank you. So I was looking at the bill title. The bill title is Mail-in Voting Enhancement Act, but yet we're talking about creating ballot boxes. So how do ballot boxes enhance mail-in voting?
Well, I think that what we saw in the 2020 election, for people who wanted to do mail-in voting, there were huge challenges with the U.S. Post Office. And so one of the ways that we recently all experienced the ballot drop boxes being very useful is that the voters were able to deposit their completed ballots into the drop box and have them directly delivered to the Board of Elections. So it offers additional convenience and therefore enhancement to the mail-in voting process.
Well, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason why the ballot boxes were created, and this has never been experienced in Maryland and our history, was that you had citizens that did not feel comfortable showing up at a physical location, standing in lines to vote. It has nothing to do with whether the Postal Service was doing their job. They didn't want to go up into a physical building and vote. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I think there were many reasons why. I was just giving one example of how ballot drops boxes help enhance the experience, but I think there are many reasons for making sure that we have them. And as I mentioned before, it's the convenience of not having to return via the post office or having to go to your Board of Elections, but being able to easily submit it in a drop box that is near you. It is a convenient and accessible method for our voters. And that's what we've been working on this entire session, is ensuring full accessibility and expanding the ballot.
Thank you for the floor leader to answer the questions. Madam Speaker, on the bill, a ballot box does nothing to enhance mail-in voting. So when citizens see this bill title and see it passing, they're going to think, well, we did something to make it easier and or validate my vote when I vote by mail, so I know that my vote was counted. And what this bill's actually doing is nothing akin to truing up or enhancing mail-in voting. What it's doing is putting in law, codifying a practice that we put in place specifically for the times that we lived in, which was the COVID-19 environment, people's fear and concern for showing up in a public place, standing in line with other citizens during a pandemic. And so the ballot boxes were an alternative to make sure people had access and the right to vote. Now, whether I agree or disagree with the idea that a ballot box is safe is irrelevant to the conversation. It's that we're taking for now and forever into the future with this bill and codifying a tenuous process for which citizens are going to be concerned with whether their vote counted. One person, one vote. And when people show up physically to vote at an election, they show up, they have in their hand the ballot, they put the ballot in the machine, they walk into the room, their identification is validated. And so Marylanders, I believe, expect the General Assembly to make sure what laws we pass, make sure that the vote has integrity, and that the results are based on the results of people actually voting in a way that can be validated, authenticated. A ballot box does none of those things, as the prior speaker, my co-delegate, mentioned. In fact, what it does is the exact opposite. And it would be my hope that the General Assembly would recognize the change in a negative way for how this hurts voter integrity, how the bill title really doesn't speak to what the bill's actually doing. This has nothing to do with mail-in enhancement of the ballot or voting. And for all those reasons, I stand in opposition to this bill, strongly in opposition to this bill.
Gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the floor leader raise for a quick question?
Yes, hello.
Hi. So you said something about security. Did you mean like there's a security guard stands at the box and stays there to make sure that nobody does anything fishy?
Personnel is required to monitor to the drop box according to the bill, but I was specifically referring to, yes, security cameras being there at all times.
So we didn't have this last election, did we?
We did have the drop boxes in the last election.
Right, but did we have security guards
And
or
in terms
cameras?
of security, there were cameras for, if not all, then many of them did have security cameras.
So with this bill, we will have security cameras and on all of them or just on some?
On all of them.
Okay, and then
At all times.
how do we know that the same amount of number that went in, is there a counter to see how many ballots came in and actually made it to the Board of Election? 100 came in the box. Did they deliver 100 or we don't know because they're being monitored.
Delegate, the Board of Elections, there's cameras there watching the ballot boxes. That is required. As Board of Elections personnel, the only people authorized to pick up those ballots that a voter puts in the drop box. I think that we can be confident the Board of Elections staff is able to ensure that those ballots reach the destination, which is your local Board of Elections.
So there is a camera in the trunk to make sure that 100 came in and 100 came out? Because the reason I'm saying that, because there was some issues with people saying that they found ballots in some trunk a month later. So I guess my question is, how do we ensure 100% that every ballot that went in that box is going to end up where it's supposed to end up?
This was in Maryland?
Doesn't matter. It happens everywhere.
There were no instances in Maryland, even last year in 2020, where we had more mail-in voting than in the history of our state, where we established the use of these drop boxes, where in the primary, we proactively mailed the mail-in ballots. There was not one single instance of fraud.
That we know
Not
of.
one.
I mean, you don't know what you don't know. So we don't know for sure that there is.
Is there a question that I can answer?
Well, I want to guarantee that every ballot that goes in gets what it's supposed to get.
And it has. We've had mail-in ballot taking place for a long time, and it's been secure. And with this drop box, once again, these are Board of Elections staff and employees that are picking up, and they would be on the camera picking up the ballots and taking them to the Board of Elections. So I feel confident. This is your local Board of Elections delegate. So I would also consult with them if you feel concerns about what their employees are doing and concerns about the integrity of some type of untoward regarding the ballots. But these are your local Board of Elections staff that will pick up the ballots and bring them to the Board of Elections just like they did in the 2020 election.
And I appreciate it, and I will. I just remember from last election that there were many boxes that didn't have any cameras at like fire departments and at some schools. So I want to make sure that, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it 100% and make sure the ballots. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. I think you would appreciate
Madam Speaker?
that in this bill, all of them will have those cameras. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
I have a question for the floor leader, if it's appropriate.
Well, you're up.
Hello, Delegate.
How are you doing? There seems to be a lot of questions about security here on the bill. I know that the committee adopted an amendment on chain of custody, but am I correct? Aren't each of these ballots identified individually for voters?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's validated for every ballot back at the Board of Elections?
That's correct.
Okay, so there should not be any possibility for fraud, which is why we didn't have this issue in Maryland.
That is correct.
How many other states use a similar process to what we're talking about right now?
In terms of mail-in voting, I mean, at this point, almost every state has this ability, and we saw the ballot drop boxes within the last year pop up even more.
And several states are exclusively mail-in voting, correct?
That's correct.
Where did the National Federation of the Blind and the ability community come in on this bill?
They came in strong support, and we specifically worked with disability communities to ensure that all of the provisions of the bill were accessible for them.
Because we're expanding access for them, correct?
That's correct, Delegate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Anne Arundel in the Annex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few questions for the floor leader, if I could, please.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Happy Saturday.
You too.
Hey, first of all, let me apologize. I looked at the fiscal note first, and as I was reading through the bill, I got the blue screen of death. And I hate to make you do it, but I do have a question about the testimony that was given about 24-hour security, because I did notice in the fiscal note it says when feasible, and I wondered if you could speak to me a little bit about that. It also talked about periodic visits by, I guess, Board of Elections personnel. I wondered if you could outline what that looks like for me as far as time frame. And number 3 would be, if there is tampering, what happens to those, and by that I don't mean by the ballot, I mean by the actual ballot box. What happens to the ballots that are in that box if there is found to be tampering?
Thank you, Delegate. In terms of your question about the cameras monitoring, if you take a look at the reprint, it makes it clear that it's at all times. So that was an amendment to the bill that we have adopted. In terms of your question about periodic visits, the bill says that the local board shall make periodic in-person visits by the appropriate personnel. So that's another security measure. And periodic is something that your local board would determine.
Okay, and I'll follow up, and thanks again for that. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. My computer crashed, but as far as the tampering with the actual ballot box, if there is found to be tampering, let's say there isn't 24-hour video monitoring, but there is periodic visitation. In between that visitation, if there is found to be tampering, what would happen to those ballots inside of that box that currently exist within that ballot box?
So the Board of Elections, after determining well, first of all, let me say that this is not a situation that has occurred. Right. But if it were to occur, and once again, that has not occurred, we would expect the Board of Elections to contact those voters and issue them new ballots.
Is there any direction by the legislative body in that bill for our local boards? I guess what I'm asking is there any legislative intent in the bill when it comes to directing our local boards concerning that matter?
I'm sorry, what was the last part of what you said? If you could speak up just a little bit more.
I'm sorry, I'm standing back a little bit. Is there any legislative intent letter, or what is the legislative intent of this body as far as the direction of our local boards if there is tampering, not with the ballot, but with the box?
So the bill does include, in terms of the box, it's actually illegal to tamper with a drop box. And so that is something that we actually codify in this legislation to make sure that it is clear in code. Once again, you're asking me about hypotheticals that have not taken place. I want to be very clear about that. This bill, what the intent of this bill is, because you asked me about legislative intent, is to smooth out and ensure accessibility around the mail-in process for voters. What it does is just codifies the drop boxes that were so popular and so useful and helpful and accessible for so many voters. It also ensures that voters have the opportunity to cure their ballot, which was something that local boards, probably like yours, utilized in the last election voluntarily. We want to make sure that voters have the opportunity to do that. And third, it codifies what the Board of Elections did recently in the last election, where it allowed voters to, they sent messages to voters with updates about where their ballots are. All of these actually increase confidence from voters by being able to drop their ballot in a drop box and know that that ballot is going directly and will be picked up by Board of Elections staff. And it helps them to know where their ballot is in the process and to cure their ballot if there's a problem. These, in my opinion, are just common sense efforts to smooth out and ensure an enhanced mail-in ballot process for everyone. So that is the intent of the legislation.
Okay, great. And that's where we agree, Madam Floor Leader. And again, a little bit of reservation with the hypothetical comments. What I'm trying to do, like you, is to ensure that every vote is counted, every voice is heard, and I'm trying to ensure, even if it's through a hypothetical means, the integrity of our vote and the integrity of our system. Whether we know whether or not, undoubtedly, it didn't happen in the last election, we don't know what's going to happen in the next, whether or not this has occurred, I want to make sure that there's a low probability, moreover, a zero probability that this would occur. So that's why I'm posing these questions. And I thank you for clearing some of this up for me. And I will reach out to my local boards for a little bit more clarity. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Body, I just want to bring us back to the overarching topic that this bill addresses. I know I've spoken on this issue before. Where my husband grew up, when you go to vote, not only do you have to have an ID, but it is a paper ballot. You use a pen to fill it out. You put it into the box, and when the box is opened, you have a representative from every one of the sometimes 5 or more parties present, and they watch every single ballot counted in person. There is none of the concerns that we see on our TV every single election cycle from the parties thinking that somebody stuffed the ballot box, because it didn't happen, because a representative watched each ballot go in and each ballot come out. And we have no way of knowing or proving that there was not stuffing of ballots, because I personally know multiple people who got tons of ballots of people that did not reside in the state of Maryland anymore at their own homes. Had they wanted to, they could have easily filled out those ballots. They did not. They sent them to the election board. But it's so tiring to be constantly dismissed on this topic. There is no proof that I have ever seen that people are not capable of filling out a ballot, forging a signature, and sending it in when they feel strongly about a candidate, so strongly that the ends justify the means. And these ballot boxes, well, I actually used a ballot box this year. I filled out, I tend to mail in vote actually, because I check online to make sure it was received. And it's convenient for me. But it does get so tiring to hear constantly sort of borderline demeaning comments towards the minority party, who legitimately has concerns that people could be stuffing the boxes. This isn't conspiracy theory. The system is not set up to protect the vote. It is not. I have a list here of countries that require an ID. There are many, many countries. Mexico, ID to vote. You're not mailing in your ballot. You're taking your ID and you're voting. Israel, Germany, Iceland, France, Northern Ireland, Norway. There are so many countries that care deeply about election integrity. And it gets really, really, really tiring to keep hearing that the minority party is just causing problems and complaining without evidence. I'm going to be voting red on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I have the gentleman, Queen Anne's, and the annex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the floor leader please rise for a question?
Hello.
Hi, how are you today? Good.
Good. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Okay, I'll keep it up here.
Okay,
Better?
thank you. Yes, thank you.
I listened intently to the chain of custody comments that were made. Could you go over that one more time for me on the ballot? I get the ballot at my house from there.
You get the ballot at your house. You fill it out with the candidates of your choice. You put that ballot in the drop box. A local board of elections staff person picks up the ballots at least once per day to empty that drop box and brings it to the local board of elections for processing.
Okay.
And I also want to add that in terms of the chain of custody, it's your local board of elections, once again, that's managing this process. And the bill does outline and specifically say and underscore that chain of custody process, and that is something that needs to be outlined and shared. So that's actually feedback that we've gotten from the Republican Party. So I am surprised to hear all this pushback, because I believe in the last conversation about mail-in voting that there was specifically a request around chain of custody, and that's what we have here in this bill.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Where I have a problem, and I hope people understand this, is that currently, if as an elected official, I go to polling booths and I have to maintain a distance from that voter and that ballot. And I do understand that people can come in with their ballots already filled out. But what troubles me the most about this is that what is considered not okay is that I walk in with my significant other into the voting booth. I walk up and we together go back there and fill this thing out, and they drop it in the ballot box at the voting center. Now, the only thing that I'm arguing here is that currently I'm required as a candidate that I can't go in those areas, but with this, I can certainly go to somebody's home, fill out that ballot with them, and walk them to this ballot box area, and they can drop it in. And I think that, to me, voting is really a privilege. It's something I get excited about because I do get to express my views, and a lot of people don't necessarily take it as seriously as I do, but this is the problem I have with mail-in ballots. This is a problem I have with Dropbox. We're circumventing something that I am, as a candidate, I can't go into a voting area where I'm registered to vote if I choose to vote in person. And I think this is very hard for me to take, because it's just circumventing something that's been a privilege of mine since I was 18, or 21 at the time. I'm a little older. But I'll be voting red on this bill for those reasons. I just don't think we really need to find more ways to enable bad behavior. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Chairman of Economic Matters.
Delegate from District 25, Madam Speaker.
Delegate from District 25.
Thank you. I'm going to take a bit of the scenic route, but I promise you that it's on the bill. Years ago, maybe 10 or 12 years ago, I was coaching my son's football team. We were undefeated at the time and steaming towards the playoffs, and we got there. We were expected to win it all, and we didn't. And there's nothing more heartbreaking than watching a bunch of 9, 10-year-olds crying their hearts out because they expected to win a championship and it didn't work out. And so, as young people tend to do, they had to find a reason. The refs cheated them. Yeah, there were some calls that didn't go our way, but those were judgment calls. I had to explain to them that these grown men had no vested interest in the outcome of a football game between some 9 and 10-year-olds. That, they called the game as they saw it, and we just didn't win this time. But that's expected of 9 and 10-year-olds. They're still learning. Which leads me to this whole issue of elections. We're not 9 and 10-year-olds. We do lose elections. It happens. Nobody cheated you. Nobody took anything from you. You just wasn't their choice. And increasingly in American politics in general, there has to be a reason. Somebody cheated me. It wasn't because I wasn't the best candidate. That can't be it. It wasn't because they liked somebody better. That can't be it. Somebody had to have cheated me in order for me to lose. That's the only way I can lose. When did we become that darn arrogant that that's the pervasive feeling now? And it's dangerous to keep putting out there these little threats that somehow somebody cheated, that the elections aren't fair, because we're watching all over the country what happens as we put this out there. Come on now, when we hear about fraud and so forth, it's usually about money. We don't hear little old ladies and little old men talking about how they got bilked out of their vote, but we do hear about them losing their life savings. Come on now. Are there irregularities? Absolutely. A lot of it's probably human error. They've had presidential commissions. Time and again, we keep hearing that there is no widespread fraud. We haven't found evidence of this, but we keep putting that crap out there anyway. We keep doing it anyway. And then when we wonder about why things happen that we see at the national level, we wonder why. Why did this happen? It's because we keep doing it. Nobody's cheating nobody. We just lost the election. And the funny part about this, as I see it, it only happens when we lose. We never question, like, those of us who choose to run next year and we win, is there going to be any questions of fraud, like, did I really win or did somebody cheat for me to win? No, when we win, we assume that the election was legitimate. It's only when we lose or our candidate lose that the election is illegitimate. Think about it. You never hear anybody, even what we saw nationally in those swing states, the ones that were won, nobody questioned those. It was only the ones that were lost. That's something 9 and 10-year-olds do, not grown people. I urge a favorable vote.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the previous question.
Question for
Madam
the
Speaker, I think we
question
have to
for
have
the
the right
House.
to respond to that. I am
Speak.
absolutely angry at being accused of doing this only because there is an election
Speaker.
involved.
Please, I'm controlling this House, okay? We're going to do things in an orderly manner. You wanted a roll call on the previous question?
Yes.
That's what I was about to do.
Well, good.
Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
You know, it's a previous question. Previous question. Clerk will take the call. The motion passes. HB 1047 is on third reading and final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. To explain my vote.
The minority leader.
Thank you. And so my good friend from Prince George's County made some comments I just want to respond to explain why I'm voting against this bill. There is voter fraud in our country. You keep saying there's not, but there is. A jurisdiction in New Jersey, several people were charged this year, they were Democrats, with voter fraud, and they had to redo their election. Just yesterday, 24 Republicans were indicted in North Carolina for stuffing the box. Arizona, Texas. I think your media doesn't tell you this, and only our media tells us this, because I see it regularly, and it seems like you don't ever see it. I think that's another problem with what's going on in our country right now. But voter fraud is real, and we just do not want to make it easier. Voting should be easy. Voter fraud should be hard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I'm going to go back and forth. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To explain my vote, and I appreciate the comments of the gentleman from the leader of the minority party, and I would ask everybody to take a deep breath and do a better job, all of us, listening to each other. I think the gentleman is correct, that largely we are seeing two different sets of media, two different sets of social media, two different viewpoints on what happened. But so members of the minority party understand where I think many of us in the majority are coming from. Neutral arbiters have said that the United States electoral system is among the most secure in the world. They have said that there were significant lies about fraud in last year's elections. And as the gentleman from Prince George's County said, that undermines our entire system of government, right? So lack of faith in elections matters. Integrity also matters, and the gentleman is absolutely correct. Voter fraud exists. It happens. It is, I think, rarer than many people in the minority party believe it to be. But of course it happens. And we have a system built to stop it. And in fact, this bill makes voting more secure. What's more secure? Putting your ballot in your mailbox in front of your house, which doesn't, at least mine doesn't have a 24-hour security camera pointed at it. or putting it in a locked, secure box in a public place with a security camera on it at all times. If you're concerned about integrity, you should be voting for this bill. If you believe that people should be voting more in person, you should have voted for the bill to expand early voting sites or to make it easier for people who use public transit to get to voting sites. Everyone in this chamber believes in democracy, but I don't think we're doing a very good job listening to each other on this issue. And I hope we can all take a deep breath, take a step back, and have real conversations, legislator to legislator, so we all understand where each other's are coming from.
Gentleman's time is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Caroline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not going to disagree with the chairman that, oftentimes we do want to blame other folks when we do lose. And I want to remind the body, our previous president, after his first election, we all thought it was the Russians that caused him to win that election. And for over the course of 4 years, heck, in Washington, D.C., they tried to impeach the guy because they thought that the Russians somehow, influenced that election. And the point that I want to make here is that this body did nothing to fundamentally change our electoral process because we thought that somehow, a foreign government had such a huge influence over that electoral process. So yeah, I guess both sides react in very similar ways, but this body is not consistent on how we're reacting in our legislation on how we're going to deal with what we perceive as irregularities in an unfair election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
We have someone in the annex. Gentlelady from Anne Arundel in the annex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise to explain my vote because I don't just listen to the news. I also listen to my Board of Elections. And every time I had a question from a constituent, I turned to the Board of Elections and I asked them what their process was. And I can tell you in Anne Arundel County that the Board of Elections considers it a point of pride that they put politics aside, that they put that they try and work in a nonpartisan way to give the greatest customer service to their constituents, to make sure that the elections are fair and free of fraud. And throughout the pandemic, they were pivoting and they were communicating with us, and they had a record of the ballots from the time that you requested it to the time that it was accepted and to the time that it was received and accepted, and you could actually have a record of that. So I am in support of this legislation because I trust the hardworking professionals at our county and our state board of elections to ensure that we have a fair and free process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Anne Arundel.
To explain my vote. And I'm glad she brought up the Board of Elections. I think everybody in here has got a very valid thought and opinion on this, but I do want, for the record, everybody can look this up. October 1st, 2020, 4:31 p.m. from the Anne Arundel County Board of Election. To all registered voters of Anne Arundel County, please be advised, it has come to our attention of Anne Arundel County Board of Election that someone/group is unlawfully going door to door and trying to collect completed, filled presidential general election ballots. The Anne Arundel County Board of Elections would never send anyone an election ballot and have somebody pick it up for you. That is on record. I think everybody's trying to be of the highest integrity when voicing their opinion and having an election, but we all must be cognizant that there are bad actors out there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just to explain my vote, you're required to sign an affidavit when you fill out an absentee ballot. you are under the possibility of perjury or other felonious charges if you do it incorrectly or improperly. This is about convenience, transparency, confidence, and access. This gives people with disabilities more access to be able to perform their duty and their obligation and their right to be able to vote. This is a good way to make sure that we are, in fact, keeping the ballots safe and secure. How more secure could it be than taking it from you and putting it into a secured box that is watched 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then going directly to the County Board of Elections? I can't imagine a better way of performing a secure election than making sure that we have secure boxes that are going to allow every single person who is constitutionally and legally allowed to be able to drop off their ballot. And if they want to do it on election day, they can still do it on election day. They just don't have to wait in line to vote. This is a great bill, and I am so proud to be able to vote for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman in Baltimore and Harford County and the Annex.
I'm just saying.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To explain my red vote, I really didn't want to get up and speak on this, but voting's always been very important to me. And when I turned 18 years old, I registered to vote. I've registered to vote as a Republican, been a Republican all my life, voted for Ronald Reagan. Never missed a single election until this year with the new system. Because I guess there's no election fraud, but both mine and my son's place where we were registered were changed without our notice. So we never received our ballots. We don't know who received our ballots, but we never received our ballots. So we weren't able to vote in the primary. So not being able to get this fixed by the general, I went and had to vote provisional at the general, which was lovely. I went in, they gave me a ballot. Of course, the ballot they gave me was the wrong ballot. It was for the 7th Congressional District for the, and I wasn't a member of that. So at that, all I could do was fill my vote for president, make sure I didn't fill anything else out, because I didn't want to participate in election fraud. I didn't want to vote for a congressperson that I didn't have the right to vote for. So for anybody to say there's no fraud, it's a total insult of all of our integrities, because there is, intentional or unintentional. It does exist. It happened to me this election. I was cheated out of my vote in the primary, and I was cheated out of my congressional vote in the general election while trying to work through the process properly. So voting has been important to me. I actually twice in my life drove 9 hours to vote in both a presidential and a gubernatorial election, because it meant that much to me to show up to vote. It's a right that people died for. I never had a problem going in to an election booth. I never had a problem standing in line and waiting 10 or 15 minutes to vote. It was never inconvenient to me. I never had a problem with that. It was nice to see my neighbors out participating in the electoral
Gentleman,
process.
time is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm voting red on this for the reasons I just gave.
Gentlewoman from Howard, to explain her vote, 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, first, I apologize for my outburst. I am sorry, and I apologize. I don't think there has been anything that our election board that have done wrong. I don't even know what fraud has been committed. My objection, and again, it isn't completely with respect to this particular bill, but it does go to fraud, where we put out ballots to people because they're registered. And it leaves a lot of ballots out there that don't have real people. And unfortunately, human beings react to incentives, not because they want to be bad, but because if given the opportunity to have a ballot that you can vote if you feel very strongly about your candidate, as most of us did in the last election, I just think it's wrong to create an incentive to do that. So I will be voting red.
I got the annex. The gentleman from Western Maryland and the annex.
Good afternoon, colleagues. This has been a robust conversation, and I've enjoyed listening to both sides. I especially like the exchange between the minority leader and majority leader, that we are both trying to listen to each other. And I was listening to a comment after that that said this is the most secure way, it's the most convenient way. I think that we all do want to have secure voting, but I had a bill this year that was not passed, which would have validated the signatures. It's very easy to do. Banks do it every day. We could have electronically validated the signatures of those who sign the outside before they're counted. I think serious work needs to be done to make sure that those ballots that are cast actually come from the person who they say they are when they're casting the ballot. Right now, there's no check at all. There's no check to make sure that person who deposited that ballot is the person who's actually voting and that they really meant to vote that way. So I think there's more work to be done. I don't think this is the best solution, and so I'll be voting red. Thank you.
Clerk will call the roll. There are 95 votes in the affirmative. House Bill 1047, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Madam Speaker.
Excuse me. Recognizing the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to echo the comments of the majority leader for all of us just to keep in mind that we're colleagues and friends, and these issues, particularly because of the remarks of the delegate from District 25, can sometimes get some of us a little emotional. And I just want to also remind the body that when the previous question is called, it is an issue that we can take up and cast a vote on, but it is not debatable. And then lastly, I'd like to congratulate the Speaker on, depending on your perspective, the painfully fair opportunity to debate the bills and be heard for both sides of the issues. So let's give the Speaker a round of applause for a very long and arduous day and week, and thank you for ensuring everybody has the opportunity to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1182, tax property tax sales.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 128 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1182, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1209, sales and use tax, peer-to-peer car sharing alterations.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1209, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1255, homestead and homeowners property tax credits, access and eligibility.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1255, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1280, Health, Maryland Behavioral Health and Public Safety Center of Excellence establishment.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1280, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Calendar of third reading House Bills number 71. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 190, Procurement Specialized Printing Services Contracts, Board of Public Works approval.
It's on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 190, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 317, Maryland Green Purchasing Committee, Food and Beverage Procurement, Greenhouse Gas Emissions.
Is on third reading and final passage. The gentleman from Western Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've been sitting here for a long time. I'm like probably all of you. I'm really hungry. I was thinking about maybe getting a juicy steak, maybe a delicious hamburger, maybe a wonderful chicken Chesapeake sandwich at one of our fine restaurants here in the state capitol. But I did simply want to point out, with respect to this bill, I understand it's just a work group, it's just a study, it's just an idea. But the truth of the matter is, this has already been studied. It's based upon a flawed fundamental premise that somehow beef cattle or chickens that are used that have been used in this country and have been raised and bred and used as a food product for our entire history, somehow that something's wrong with them and that they contribute to something that we all want to avoid, which would be some type of catastrophic global climate crisis. We're saying we're going to study this, we're going to figure it out. Well, lots of people have already studied it. And so, for example, in 2017, the United States Environmental Protection Agency reported that only 2% of greenhouse gases globally come from beef cattle. So you could eliminate all beef cattle. We could never eat another delicious steak or hamburger again our entire life, and it would have that de minimis of an impact upon this potential issue. And just last year, in 2019, the United States Department of Agriculture found that emissions from cattle, and I'm quoting, these aren't my words, were not a significant contributor to long-term global warming. I think we're doing this bill, we're trying to create a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. I know it's just a work group. I know it's not going to do anything prescriptive for the next year, but it's putting us down a pathway that really doesn't make sense. My colleague in the annex from Cecil County, he likes to remind us, it's just science. And that's really what's going on here. The science does not support these types of initiatives, and I think it's frankly kind of a waste of our time. So I'll be voting against the bill, and I hope everyone takes that into consideration long term when they think about these policies. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 90 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 317, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 561, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard Wastewater Heating or Cooling System.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 109 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 561, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 579, Cecil County Snare Traps, Repeal of Prohibitions.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 132 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 579, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 944, Growing Family Child Care Opportunities Pilot Program, established.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 128 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 944, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1253, National Capital Strategic Economic Development Program, eligibility and funding.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1253, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1277, State Personnel Management System, Office of the Public Defender, placement.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 92 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1277, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Special order calendar. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 222, Value My Vote Act.
Maker of the motion is a gentleman from Talbot.
I have an amendment, Speaker, but I don't have the number handy. Does somebody have the member handy? Thank you. So, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Amendment 733327/1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. The amendment adds one section to this bill, and it's part of the requirements for the Board of Election. And it simply says, ensure, well, here's how it reads. It reads, ensure election integrity and prevent voter fraud and voting rights violations. It requires ensuring election integrity with the regulations and preventing voter fraud and voter rights violations. And that's in the section of the bill that lays out how these requirements are supposed to be implemented. I think it's a reasonable addition. If you read the bill goes through an itemized list of requirements, and those requirements are all about registering voters. It's about disseminating information. It doesn't speak anywhere to ensuring ballot integrity, which is why I'm offering the amendment. I'd urge my colleagues to support it. I think it's a friendly amendment. It doesn't undermine what the bill does in any way, and I appreciate your support.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to the delegate. We had a chance to chat after the special order, and you also shared this amendment with me, and I really appreciate your communication around this. I want to take a step back very quickly just to share with the body a little bit about this bill. We have done a lot in terms of passing bills out of the House this session that really help to ensure access to the ballot. But this one is particularly special because there are incarcerated individuals in our communities who are eligible to vote. Perhaps they are serving a sentence for a misdemeanor, or they're pretrial and they are waiting for their trial to come about and have not been convicted of any crime. And they are just as eligible and have just as much of a right to vote as you or I. And so what this bill does is ensure that right to vote for our incarcerated population that are eligible. And it does it in a couple of different ways. One is providing information. One of the biggest challenges in terms of ensuring the right to vote for our incarcerated population is that people don't realize that they have the right to vote. And so there's portions of this bill that require that information to be shared. Then it also has access to the right to vote. It includes ensuring that an employee at corrections, it will be a point of contact with the State Board of Elections. It ensures that there is a drop box at the facility that can be used by the voter, and also includes support and coordination and oversight. And this is where I get to your amendment, delegate. This bill also includes an ombudsman that is an actual staff person that is able to have limited access and work with and coordinate with corrections to ensure oversight and implementation and integrity in the implementation of this legislation. We also have extensive regulations that will be developed in this bill in coordination with corrections and the State Board of Elections. So I appreciate your amendment and your intent, delegate, but I think that this amendment is unnecessary, and I do urge the body to reject this amendment. Thank you.
The maker of the amendment.
Yeah, and thank you for the reply. We just had this previous debate, and I stood up pretty quickly, and I probably used some words that I need to apologize for, and I'll do that later. But I don't think they were accurate in describing some of my concerns about that debate. But this is completely different, and I don't see. Is there anywhere in the bill? I agree with the explanation of the bill, but my question is there anywhere in the bill that provides for ballot security? Because you're talking about Department of Corrections carrying out elections and doing election work, and the Board of Elections, when you go into a polling place or anywhere the elections are being conducted, those are very carefully regulated, balanced areas. And so the purpose of the amendment was simply require the Board of Elections to make sure they're implementing guidelines for the Department of Corrections, so whatever they're doing is in accordance with the Board of Elections' own requirements. In other words, they're not just turning over this information to the Department of Corrections. Anyway, so that's the purpose of the amendment.
Thank you for expanding upon the purpose of the amendment, and I would just refer again to my previous comments. The bill requires a secure process, a secure drop box in particular. It requires extensive regulations to be developed so that we ensure the integrity in terms of what you are referring to. And what the bill more importantly does is make sure that we have a clear process to ensure the right to vote for those incarcerated individuals who have just as much of a right to vote as we do. The entire mission and why we're making sure that corrections and State Board of Elections are working together is that our State Board and local Board of Elections, which your local board would be involved with this too, their entire mission is to ensure the security and integrity of our elections, and that will be part of the regulations already. They're extensively going to be developed in this bill.
I guess in drafting the amendment, I considered, if you're incarcerated, you really don't need a drop box because there isn't anywhere you're going. I mean, you can schedule a vote. So if there were set up voting machines, you could go in and vote. But if they're paper ballots, I also understand that when you're incarcerated, you can also be handicapped. And I have friends who are incarcerated and handicapped, and I understand the difficulties, what it's like. At least I've talked to them about some of their situations. But anyway, I don't want to belabor it. I think this would be an improvement on the bill. It would be an improvement on the process, and I urge everyone to vote green on this amendment. And I'd like to press the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Is there any further debate? Not on the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Frederick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the floor leader rise just for a quick question? You mentioned that a ballot box would be at the facility. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. It requires the Board of Elections and also Corrections to work to provide a secure drop box in the facility.
I mean, logistically, so how many people at a jail in Maryland, you know, are eligible to vote? Is everybody eligible to vote?
Not everyone is eligible. As I mentioned, if you're serving a misdemeanor under our state law, you're eligible to vote. And also, if you're pre-trial, so you haven't had your trial, you're not convicted of anything, you're awaiting your trial, and you're eligible to vote.
And so currently, they would just have to apply for maybe an absentee ballot. If there's no drop box there, what's the process?
If there's no drop box, then yes, they would apply for an absentee ballot, and they would have the opportunity to return that by mail. But Delegate, one of the things that we saw, because this bill has been introduced and has passed this chamber before, but there has been an entire election in that time. And one of the challenges was being able to get the mail in a timely fashion and return those ballots in a timely fashion. And because we all value democracy, and the foundation of democracy is equal access to the ballot, and drop boxes are being provided to other eligible voters all across the state, we want to ensure that these eligible voters also have the opportunity to put their ballots in the drop box and have the State Board of Elections pick them up.
And just quickly on that, so someone there is going to have to explain the process. I would imagine if somebody's in jail, they probably assume maybe they can't vote, they lost their voting privilege. I mean, so someone, a correctional officer, someone there will essentially go around each inmate, deliver them a ballot and explain the process that they can put it in the drop box. Help me with that.
There is a signage requirement in the bill.
I saw
Again,
that.
as I mentioned, one of the biggest challenges around ensuring the right to vote is knowing that you have the right to vote in this particular circumstance. So no, our expectation is not that corrections officials are walking around explaining all of this information. There's one person at the facility that will be just a point of contact with the State Board of Elections. And other than that, the signage will be provided, and the request for a mail-in ballot, if an individual would like a mail-in ballot, would be provided.
And does it specify where the drop box has to be specifically in the facility?
We did talk with the Department of Corrections about that, and it was very important that every correctional facility has the ability, determined by their security and other factors that they would like to utilize to determine, that they have the ability to work with the State Board of Elections on determining that location. So this language actually around the drop box was specifically from the Department of Corrections.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll just throw this out there, and I probably shouldn't, but I will. But I literally was thinking in my head, it would be a joke to have a drop box in the prison yard. And then I actually hear that we're going to be putting a drop box out the facility. And ironically enough, there's only so many common areas in a jail. I mean, it's a controlled environment. Everyone's not allowed to just kind of roam freely through the facility. So there are only limited common areas. And so I just logistically would like to know how that process is explained to an inmate, and then, where they'd be able to put that. But I appreciate the
Does
question.
the gentleman have an amendment?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Gentleman from Calvert, do you have an amendment?
Just a couple of really simple questions, if I may, for the floor leader.
Briefly.
Briefly, thank you. So it says there's an ombudsman, and the ombudsman is responsible for carrying out all these duties. And I guess my question is, isn't that, ballot harvesting? I mean, isn't that by definition? I mean, it's the question for the floor leader.
Floor leader.
No.
Okay, because it says here in the actual bill to make recommendations to the State Board, the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services and correctional facilities, and appropriate community organizations and partnerships to assist in facilitating voting by incarcerated individuals. So you're getting all kinds of community groups involved as well. And community organizations and partnerships, I mean, that by definition is ballot harvesting.
Delegate, no, I'm not sure if you're reading the most updated
Oh, it's the
version
reprint.
of the bill,
It's-
but it requires the State Board of Elections to engage, the State Board of Elections to engage any nonpartisan community organizations. And let me tell you about that, Delegate. In the 2020 election, one of the only reasons that incarcerated individuals were even able to be aware during a pandemic of their right to vote was because of community-based organizations, those that even work with incarcerated individuals already, organizations that are independent, that have been working in these jails with Board of Elections like yours for decades now to support the incarcerated individuals in voting. That's what we saw in the 2020 election. A lot of times that is the only way that incarcerated individuals are able to get the information, especially during this emergency. So the short answer to your question is no. This has nothing to do with ballot harvesting, and that is that.
Thank you. So that was actually on page 4 or 5 of the reprint, so it is the updated version. Madam Speaker, I'll get this on third reader. Thank you.
Madam Speaker?
Gentleman for Anne Arundel, do you have an amendment?
No, I just have a quick, brief question.
Briefly, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Do we do this, service for other groups like hospitals, nursing homes, assisted living?
Delegate, this is not a service. This is the right to vote, and it's ensuring equal access to the right to vote for eligible individuals who are incarcerated. So it's not a service that we're providing, it is a right that we are ensuring.
Right. In the same token, it's the right for seniors, for people in hospitals that are already confined, they can't leave. So the question is, do we do it for other groups besides the incarcerated?
There are programs that local boards of elections do with other populations, and I'd once again urge you to contact your local board of elections and learn more about any programs that they have, but they do exist, yes.
So wouldn't it have been easier to contact the locals and have them create that service instead of having a drop box in the yard?
No, Delegate. So first, we're not necessarily talking about a drop box in the yard. We're talking about a secure drop box that we're SBE and your local board of elections and corrections will work to determine a secure location that makes sense. And again, we're ensuring equal access to the right to vote for this population that's behind the walls. And so we have to make sure that we have additional policies in place if we want to ensure a democratic value of the right to vote for these folks who are eligible.
No, I understand that. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure that we treat everybody equal. People in hospitals are confined and they're not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Any further debate? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Special order calendar. Clerk will read the 10.
House Bill 1061, Southern Maryland, multifamily dwelling registration fees and fines.
Recognizing the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I need to offer an apology to you, Madam Speaker, and to the General Assembly. I gave a quote earlier from my mother. I now need to give you a quote from my father. Use your ears and mouth in proportion that God gave them to you. I did not listen to the gentleman's question. And now I would like to expand upon what the gentleman had asked. Seems like my family is getting deeper and deeper into the discussion, aren't they? The gentleman's question was relevant to the Southern Maryland class of county government. And as I indicated earlier, there are 3 classes of governing in the state of Maryland. The gentleman asked me a question relevant to commission counties and code counties. And his question was, could a commission county transfer to a code county? And if the commission county transferred to a code county, would that include additional counties? And I did not listen to your question. I heard your question, I did not listen to it, and I apologize. So the answer to the gentleman's question is, if a commission county transferred to a code county, what counties would that now include? And the answer to that would be Charles, which is currently the only Southern Maryland class in a code county. And it would then include Calvert and St. Mary's if they chose to transfer from a commission class to a code class. Now, I'm assuming, and you know what happens when you assume, I'm assuming that the next question the gentleman's going to ask me is, would this bill apply to them if St. Mary's and Calvert decided to make that transition? Now, I haven't read my Maryland Constitution since I first came to the General Assembly, but per section, I believe it's section 9 in the Maryland Constitution, there's quite a lengthy process that must be taken for a commission county, Southern Maryland, in specific in this example, to transfer to a code county. Therefore, young man, therefore, young man, this particular bill right now does not apply to any particular county except Charles County. If the commission counties decided to make that lengthy and arduous process, then it would be up to those counties to then include themselves, that is St. Mary's and Calvert, into this particular bill. Now, if they did transfer to a code county, the other part of the question that you asked that I did not listen to was relevant to the inspection fees. And if you look at the first part of the bill, it clearly states that this is authorizing legislation. Therefore, like with any authorizing legislation, once the county is authorized to enact this bill, they can then set up their own pricing structure for the licensing fees. And with that, young man, I will listen to your further questions.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from St. Mary's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do accept the good gentleman's apologies and his compliments. I mean, that's the best compliment I got all day. The only one I got all day. Hey, so this is a statewide bill. Now it's drawn down the regions. I am familiar with the Code Home Rule process because we had Code Home Rule on our ballots in St. Mary's County in 2016, and with the perceived lack of local courtesy, that is something that the county commissioners have text messaged me about constantly this session. So I do want to ask you just some quick questions on the bill, since it does apply to our region. And very quick, you mentioned it's inspections. How many inspections can you have? How often?
Before you, Leader yield, since this is a Charles County authorization bill, I will refer to the gentleman from Charles County.
Thank you, Floor Leader. Colleague, the way it does it, it sets up basically an ability for us to regulate our, and register our rental units. There is no requirement. That's what our county's going to decide.
It says a requirement, it authorizes for inspections. I'm actually.
That's correct.
How often are you going to inspect the property and
That-
what's the charge?
That's the commissioner's job, not mine, and I respect their wishes. At this point, they have not stated.
So the floor leaders earlier said it was $30 to register the property into this database. Is that a yearly or is it a one-time fee?
Well, I'll say that as my pugnacious colleague from St. Mary's. I think he may have been misquoting because I know you were throwing some confusing fastballs there. But at the end of the day, they're going to decide the cost. They're going to decide how often they do it. It's going to be the commissioners of Charles County that decide this. And I will add that every commission, this was decided unanimously. The delegation and the commission agreed with this. It's our job because we're trying to find out just how many properties we have for rent in Charles County, make sure they're safe, and make sure we know where they are. This is their request, and we are just abiding by that request.
Okay, so we don't know how often we're going to inspect the property. We don't know how much we're going to charge for the fee to register the property. How much are we going to charge to fine somebody that doesn't rent their house from the property?
Again, we're going to respect the local courtesy of the commissioners making those decisions. I'm not going to make them for them.
Does it cover for Airbnb?
Airbnb is not considered that kind of rental property.
Okay, because it's less than 120 days. I got
Yes,
you.
sir.
I got you. Also in the bill, I guess this is a big one to me. It says dwelling unit includes one. Is that residential property? I believe it is.
I'm sorry, you're
that residential property, single family homes.
If it's a rental property, yes, we want to know where all of our rental properties are.
And why does it say multifamily dwelling in the bill title?
Includes those as well.
Multifamily dwelling isn't single family. This groups in a whole bunch more houses that was never intended to group in. The bill's been edited and amended on the reprint to strike through all the multifamily purposes, and it now includes single family residents.
It was intent from the very inception. The goal was to find out in Charles County where all of our rental properties were to make sure they were safe, that they were viable. That's the goal. Other counties do this. We would like to join in on them.
So, is this bill?
It's a bill.
That's the Senate version of this that didn't have this in it.
I don't know.
As far as I know, the Senate bill moved and it didn't have this with it. Could we possibly hold this bill for amendment to strike out the language of residential property? Because I think there's some truth and transparency here, and this has to deal with multifamily dwellings, which is a completely different deal.
I do know that my county and the commissioners of my county wish to have all of the properties, all the rental properties included.
Well, the problem with that, the commissioners of your counties might want it, but because they chose at some point to go code home rule, it draws in all counties in Southern Maryland.
Only the ones that are code home rule.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
please.
I understand there's a motion on the floor to special order the bill. Before I decide whether or not to grant that or to agree to that, I wonder if I could ask the delegate from Charles County a question.
Please.
Is this local bill?
It would be, yes.
Was it voted on by the Charles County delegates?
Without a doubt, yes, unanimously.
Okay, in that case, Madam Speaker, I'm going to resist any motion to special order the bill. It's a
question for the committee chair.
Hold on. Let me complete a sentence.
Yes, sir.
It's a local bill. It does not interfere with any statewide policy, and it doesn't create a new far-reaching precedent. And for that reason, I'm going to stand with the Charles County delegates and resist a motion of special order.
So, I humbly
From
disagree.
St. Mary.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I humbly disagree. I think it is overreaching. First, it draws us in the bill, not in the bill. It applies to the Southern Maryland region. That's why it says Southern Maryland in there. Now, it may only apply to Charles County currently, but it could apply to the region in the future. Local currency should not be granted on this. And there is some truth and transparency. We have a multifamily dwelling registration. That, to me, means apartment buildings, and not single-family homes.
The committee chair.
Let me remind the House that the bill is drafted in such a way that it currently only refers to Charles County, but if those two counties were to transform their method of government, the bill would still only be enabling for them.
Correct.
I resist the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll save further comments for third reader. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you withdrawing your motion?
I'll withdraw the motion. Thank you.
All righty. The bill is ordered printed for third reading.
Got it.
Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 32. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 67, I-495 and I-270, Public-Private Partnership Agreement Requirements, Maryland DOT Promises Act of 2021. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendments, amendment number 1 alters toll revenue to be transferred to a transit fund from 10% to an amount agreed to by relevant counties and MDOT under an MOU. Alters the requirements for bike and ped lanes on the American Legion Bridge. Alters the limitations on state funding for the project. Applies the prohibition on submitting agreements to the board. Let's see. Sorry, that one is not. We did not accept that one. Requires bike and ped improvements to remove barriers and provide connectivity in specific areas of Montgomery and Prince George's counties. Require collaboration with local stakeholders to deliver specific improvements for new and existing transit. Requires a commitment to work collaboratively to avoid or mitigate certain community, cultural, or environmental impacts and provide specific like benefits. And prohibits contract award unless the bidder agrees to a project labor agreement that demonstrates union and local involvement. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 485, Public-Private Partnerships, Process and Oversight. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 makes technical changes to the title, purpose, paragraph, and function paragraphs of the bill. Amendment number 2 strikes provisions establishing that certain municipal planning organizations shall staff the P3 Oversight Review Board, requires for a P3 that's proposed to be developed in phases the reporting agency to submit a pre-solicitation report for each phase, establishes that the sum of the total value of each phase shall be used to calculate the value of the P3 for the purpose of pre-solicitation agreement reporting and review requirements, strikes the requirement that a final EIS be submitted with the pre-solicitation report for certain P3s, and requires for a P3 with a total value that exceeds $500 million that the review board receive a copy of the proposed P3 agreement prior to approval by the PPW, and that certain credit and risk analyses of the contracts under the P3 agreement as required by the bill be performed by a financial advisor chosen by the Treasurer's Office. Amendment number 3 extends a sunset provision allowing the Maryland Transportation Authority to recall certain toll debts issued to the Central Collection Unit. Amendment number 4 requires a certain traffic analysis on the traffic patterns and volume of I-495 and I-270. And amendment number 5 makes the act an emergency measure. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Will the chairs please come forward? Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 31. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 44, Clean Cars Act of 2021. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Who's the recognizing the floor leader?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, HB 44 reestablishes through fiscal 2023 the electric vehicle recharging equipment rebate program. The bill also provides $10 million for the payment of tax credits to backlog applicants. The subcommittee strikes the tax credits. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1069, Water Supply Private Well Safety Program. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker,
Recognizing the floor leader.
be so much consider the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
As amended, an owner of a residential rental property that is served by a private water supply well must provide for water quality testing every 3 years and disclose the results to tenants. When a water quality test reveals that a private water supply well is contaminated, the owner must notify the Department of Environment and the local health department and address the contamination in a specific manner. Committee Amendment number 1 makes technical changes. Committee Amendment number 2 makes the bill address only testing and disclosure requirements for rental properties and adds language to require owners of rental properties to take specified action when water quality test reveals that a well is contaminated, and further provides that these requirements apply when a well is contaminated by a substance that exceeds specified standards. Madam Speaker, move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. The gentleman from Talbot in the annex.
Madam Speaker, could we special order this bill for the purpose of amendment?
Committee
Yes.
Chair?
Thank you.
Till the next session.
Thank you.
HB 1069 has been special ordered until the next session. Clerk will, no. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 30.
House Bill 253, Baltimore County Nuisance Actions Community Association. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 444, Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission Innovative Recreation Youth Program. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 444 is amended with amendments that were brought to us by the Prince George's County delegation and supported by the Montgomery County delegation because this is a bi-county bill. The amendments are the bill. The bill requires the County Planning Board for Prince George's County to include appropriate non-traditional recreational opportunities in its program of recreation. It further establishes the non-traditional recreation fund in the commission to finance and account for the development and maintenance of non-traditional recreational opportunities in Prince George's County. The bill requires the commission to record certain revenues in the fund and specifies the fund may be used, what it may be used for. Finally, the bill defines some of the terms. And for the benefit of the House, There is no fiscal effect in 2022. The amendments strike the mandated appropriation of funds and include that was in the original bill. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 615, Natural Resources, Sunday Deer Hunting, Prince George's County. In favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Be so much considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
As amended, HB 615 authorizes DNR to allow in Prince George's County a person to hunt deer on each Sunday of the deer hunting seasons from the first Sunday in October through the second Sunday in January inclusive. Amendment number 1 strikes Sunday hunting on public land. Amendment number 2 alters the archery hunting safety zone to 50 yards. Move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 637, Allegheny County and Garrett County Archery Hunting Safety Zone. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 639, Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland Property Management, Southern Maryland Regional Agricultural Center. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 693, Cecil County Fishing Restrictions. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Be so much considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, HB 693 establishes that provisions that give a riparian property owner or occupant first choice to set or position a net or haul seine to catch the fish for commercial use in front of the property do not apply to Cecil County. The bill also repeals specified fishing restrictions in Cecil County. The amendment prohibits the placement of nets. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 840, Somerset County Natural Resources Sunday Hunting. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1163, Caroline County Sunday Hunting Deer Hunting Seasons. Favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. That ends the work at the desk. Our committee chairs. Judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House Judiciary Committee will not be meeting before the next session.
Yes. Health and Government Operation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That committee will also not be meeting before the next session.
Environment and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Motor Vehicle Subcommittee will be meeting immediately after the floor session. And remind me again when session is going to be on Monday?
Monday's session will start at 10:30 a.m.
Okay. The Environment and Transportation Committee will have a voting session at 10 on Monday.
Ways and Means.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That committee will have no meetings before Monday's session.
Economic Matters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That committee will have a voting session at 10 a.m. Monday.
Appropriations.
That committee will not meet today nor before the session on Monday.
Alrighty, all committee hearings are listed on the Maryland General Assembly website. Quorum call before adjournment. Has everyone recorded their presence? The clerk will take the call. There being 128 members present, the House is still in session, recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand adjourned until Monday, March 22nd at 10:30 a.m., Legislative Day, March 10th.
Enjoy the rest of your